Sleepy town settling for the night, where the Owens women live their lives. And it's about time that the back porch light comes on at that house down the street, at that house on Magnolia Street.
You're always tired. Get your coffee in you. Cheers.
Right here. It's right here.
Boop, boop.
You have cold brew or is that hot?
It's hot.
Frothy. Coraline's just like sitting by herself like a loser behind the bathroom door, just like staring at the darkness.
I'm a creep. Do you like Grease 1 or Grease 2?
I never saw Grease 2.
Oh my God. Watch it when you get a chance.
Really?
I am a Grease 2 fan because it's all about motorcycles. It's
Okay.
all about Michelle Pfeiffer, who's one of the pink ladies who knows what she wants. She
Okay.
ain't changing for no man.
Is there anybody from the first one in the cast of the second one?
Frenchie, I think, is in it.
Okay.
I guess I'll go get my headphones real quick while you're sipping.
I'll be sipping. I'll be sipping.
Sipping on gin and juice.
Oh,
I wanted to say we for being like on the air since November, like we haven't really had any negative feedback,
not yet.
which concerns me. I know
I
it's going to
guess-
all come in a wave.
I guess you've really made it when people start throwing the hate at you.
That's what I'm saying. Like we have like really nice patrons that are involved, and that only one star didn't even have anything written after it. But I'm sure it's going to be like, these bitches just waste time and don't talk about anything and like swear too much and cackle in the mics. I can see it.
I'm
Yeah.
sure it'll come. You got to just, take it with a grain of salt. They just hate their own lives, so they got to make everybody else miserable. That's how I look at it.
We're
you know?
having fun. I'm having
It's
a
just,
good time.
it's a good time here. If you come to Magnolia Street and you're not having a good time, why are you even here? Why give us your precious time if you really don't like us?
Yeah, that's all I was thinking about.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Yeah, it'll come. I'm sure.
Yeah.
We're still
The
small
hate will
potatoes.
come.
The hate will come.
Hey, which hey?
Hey, witch, hey.
I'm Christina.
I'm Justina. Christina's looks like she's still sleeping over there.
Welcome to Magnolia Street. I feel good. It's going to be a beautiful day.
You're like this. Rubbing the crusties out of your eyes.
I got that new mascara.
Oh, yeah, you got the
And,
mascara. Pumps.
It is making my eyelashes stiletto sharp. They keep stabbing me in the eyebrows.
Who are you going to kill with those later? Jeez.
So welcome to Magnolia Street. We're the one and only Practical Magic Fandom podcast.
Yeah.
We thank you for joining us yet again. Another Friday. Welcome.
Yeah, we got a beast of an episode for you guys today. Another beast. I feel like the past few episodes have been like really beasty.
Like Beastie Boys beastie, like all through March in like a lion. And then maybe April will start being like, okay, we need to scale back. But people haven't complained at all. And y'all said you wanted longer episodes, right? So we didn't cap it at anything. We try to keep the information to topic, but they're still really long. They're like 3.5 hours long.
Yeah.
So what we've been doing, if you haven't noticed, is in the show notes, I've added a topic map. If you want to skip ahead, if you want to jump around, I put the timestamps in our show notes or in the show description below. So
Good thinking.
yeah.
Good thinking. I'm just like, here's a jumbled mess of shit. Sort through it. Have fun. Enjoy.
Well, sometimes like other podcasts I've listened to, if I want to get the information back, like about an herb or something, and it's so hard to like,
I know. You don't want to
filter through all that. So you're welcome. Guys.
You're welcome. Don't say we didn't do anything for you, ever.
You know who did do something for us? Rachel.
Rachel! What's up, Rachel? We have a new patron in the house.
Thank you, Rachel, for coming to hang out with us.
She's a little beautiful rose. She joined our rose tier. We also had someone join our wisteria vine tier. So what's up to our new little wisteria?
Dude, I'm having so much fun. It's really cool to, so our wisteria vine tier is where we get to Marco Polo and video chat with each other. And like, we're just geeking out about gardens right now. You know what I mean? And it's great. So thank you for joining our wisteria vine. We'll keep your name on the down low, but thank you so much. It's been really fun.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun like showing off our gardens to each other for the next foreseeable months of the nice weather.
Yeah, it's gonna create so much inspiration, and knowledge.
You saw my little rosebuds coming in.
I
Ugh,
did.
so
What color
excited.
roses are those?
I have one like light pale pink, and then the other two are like that like beautiful like magenta kind of pink.
Ooh, very
Yeah.
bright.
Yeah, I'm excited for those to come in. Hopefully the aphids don't kill them this freaking
The
season.
aphids got them last year?
Yeah, the lead they like to munch on the leaves.
Have you
So
ever used neem oil? Neem?
no, I've heard of it. I never
It's
used it
supposed
though.
to take care of like lots of stuff on I think neem comes from a tree, like
Okay.
the tree from the neem the oil from the neem tree. But look into it, but there's also you can make like a I think we talked about this before, putting like in a blender like jalapenos, garlic, vinegar, some peppermint
Okay.
essential oil, like the really hard stuff, and using that in a spray bottle.
I've I looked up this like a I guess a solution on YouTube, and I found this guy who he would take like dish soap and make like a liquid, soapy liquid, and I bought one of those like canisters, like those sprayer thingies,
Yeah.
and you just spray them like early in the morning, and then before like dusk at night, like when I guess the moisture is higher in the air and they like to come out. So that's when you spray them. So
That's
that's
a
what
good
I
idea.
started doing that last summer, toward the end of the summer, because they killed off like a lot of the leaves in the beginning of this, like right before summer, I guess, when it was like not as hot out. I guess they like the cooler air. I really don't know.
Hmm.
We'll see how it works this year. I just got
Okay.
it last year, like right at like toward the end of the season when it was like already too late.
Yeah.
So we'll see if
Aw.
it works this year. The leaves just started sprouting, so I want to try to stay on top of it before, it gets out of
Good.
control.
Good. Awesome. Well, we have a really awesome episode today for you. We got to sit down and chat with another practical magic content creator that I've been following for a very long time. And if you've ever looked into any practical magic information regarding the Book of Shadows, which we're talking about today, we're talking about the Owens family grimoire, you may have run across a woman by the name of Chandler, and she is of Pagan Scrapbook Supply. If not, you're missing out because holy shit, she has such detailed work. So after our break, we're going to have an interview for you with Isis where she explains everything you ever wanted to know about the Owens Book of Shadows, because she is hands down the keeper of the book. She has recreated detail by detail the Owens Book of Shadows from the movie. So we're going to get to talk to her. And but in true Magnolia Street podcast fashion, we're going to take you through, of course, the film and the book series, as well as give you, after the interview, more of what a grimoire is, the origins of it, the history of it throughout time.
And there's a lot of different grimoires. I think Alice tapped into some of the grimoires in real life through history. I think she added a lot of those into her book, more specifically the Book of Magic, which was the last book. And I think she even touches a little bit on it in Maria's story too. She talks a little bit about like those different grimoires and stuff. And she even uses some real names from history.
Yeah. I love her like historical fiction, just like we talked about with Outlander. Like she uses real names. She does her research, not just in the Practical Magic series, the book I just finished that I have a little blip of later on, because it goes with something she says in one of the books. So absolutely. It's just fascinating how she melds those two worlds of history and fiction together.
Right. I agree 100%. So I can't wait to jump into all the history and tell you guys all about, I guess, the origins of the grimoires. I mean, these things date back to ancient times.
I can't wait.
So we have some personal anecdotes about, I guess, our own grimoires that we've kind of created. I know, Christina, I found your YouTube channel because you would create these beautiful grimoire pages, and you had your own working Book of Shadows, and we were watching you in real time create your own pages. And do you want to tell us a little bit about your process and your book and like?
Sure. I actually have a bit more later, because we're going to go over how to kind of start your own Book of Shadows if you're just starting out. So I'll deep dive into that a little more later. But yeah, I haven't really added to it in 9 to 10 months or something like that. But I actually do use one of Isis Chandler's adjustable book bindings. I'm going to tell you how to organize your book. And yeah, just like Justina said, my YouTube was me coming to terms with the pagan path. And my way of doing that was to research. I started out with the Wheel of the Year, and I would take the time to research that one thing and create a Book of Shadows page on it. So we'll talk about my YouTube a little later and just how you can kind of start if you want kind of like an Owen style Book of Book of Shadows.
Yeah. Do you have a YouTube playlist created about all your Book of Shadow pages?
I do, and that will be linked in our show notes.
Yay.
Yay.
Yeah, I love watching your
Thank
creation
you.
of your pages. It's just so
Thanks.
relaxing to just like watch, just like you
Oh,
creating them from scratch and how you lay
thanks.
everything out and seeing your like whole process is really cool. So I created a grimoire. Not like, okay, so remember in episode 1 we were talking about the block parties that I used to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically the practical magic blog party that I hosted with that other girl, Frosted Petunias, we basically, the whole gist is that you create a practical magic theme post, and on the day of the party, everybody goes around to each other's blog party and kind of comments on their posts. The theme, obviously, practical magic. I wanted to create a grimoire for this post. I had to take pictures. I had to like stage everything. So I really wanted a book that, you know, was like really beautiful, but I was like, I'm not gonna find one like the movie. Like that's just impossible. We're gonna find that around here. So I was like, I'll make something that's my own, something, you know, creative. So I went to the library. They had a free bargain book bin that was just like, here, just take whatever you want. It was like a huge, thick, chunky book. I think it was like about the history of India or something random, something completely random that had nothing to do with anything. But it was a free book, and I was like, I can repurpose this. I can, you know, use the pages for whatever. So I took the book. I wrapped some really beautiful green, like velvety, silky fabric around it. I kind of designed the front to say, at the time, La Bohème Magique. Again, not French, but I thought that would be cute to put on the cover. And then I didn't really even like do too much to the inside except for the centerfold page. I just kind of like quickly did like something in Photoshop just to insinuate it was a working Book of Shadows or grimoire. And those are the pages. The centerfold was the pages I use in all the photos for my blog party. Yeah, we can link that blog party. I still have the photo. The post is still up. You guys can go still see it. So basically the whole gist of that blog party was, or my post anyway, was that I made like a fake newspaper clipping of me finding the Owens family house in like a real estate ad. So it piqued my curiosity. So I go visit this house and I find some things that are leading me to believe that I've been here before.
Oh.
And then by the end of the story, I find out that I am related to the Owens family.
Isn't that a dream?
Right?
Like, isn't that everyone's dream? Yeah. That's so fun.
So this was the book. Book that for you patrons, we will post the visuals to this on the $8 audiovisual tier on the Patreon. So if you guys want to see what my book looks like, we will post this over there so you guys can see what I'm showing Christina right now.
That's a thick book.
Isn't it thick?
Wow, that's like a 5-inch thick book.
Basically, the front is just like watercolor paper, and I just kind of like...
It's like textured and shiny.
Yeah, I put some glitter on it. I have a little charm on the front. There were like little paper flowers here.
Uh-huh.
They fell off. But the title of the book is Bande Mataram. I don't know what that means, but it's
interesting.
BANDEMATARAM, and it says early political writings. So it's a book about the politics of India. So if you're interested in that, go check it out. But
that's funny.
I just started like going over the pages with my own stuff.
I love that.
So for the blog party, I only did the center. So I kind of like redesigned the spiritus page with the constitute spell and the bird love spell. I kind of did my own little design. So
ooh, that's beautiful.
I painted the edges gold. So I used the book as a prop to do for that blog post. But then like some years later, I was like, I should really repurpose this book and like get into an actual working Book of Shadows. I mean, it's beautiful. Like, why wouldn't I want to do anything with that? So I made like my own little intro page. I only did like the first few pages. So I have like my astrological sign.
Yeah.
And the Wiccan Read I have in here. And then I have some stuff. I started doing an ancestor page.
It's so colorful.
And then my Sicilian plaque. And that's as far as I got. So I didn't get too far into it. I kind of just abandoned it because there's so many other projects to work on.
There are. Yeah.
But it's something that like I want to sit down and just like, you know, really put my love into it and have something to pass on to like my goddaughter since I don't have kids. Like,
yeah.
To pass on. And here's a picture that I can't wait to put in when I do my ancestor page, a picture of my grandmother writing a letter.
Beautiful.
My grandma Joan.
That's a good honkin' book.
Do you want to do like a little flip through of yours at all?
I mean, if you want me to, but like everybody's welcome to go to my YouTube to see like a proper flip through. We're going to talk about later. Isis had a couple different options as far as like the practical magic replica book. You could buy like the full replica at one point with all the pages inside it, or you could just buy the tri-fold book cover and the back cover itself. So that's what I did, and I just filled mine with pages that you can organize, and I'll tell you how to do that a little later. So I do have like the Owens family has that front portion and the back portion. I don't work dark magic, but I do more like advanced stuff. I tried to fill the back with like how to make a honey jar and like divination stuff. So I have that and stuff that I would normally use in my everyday. I don't have much in the back. I have like honoring your moon time and tasseomancy and a honey jar, and that's it. You know, I don't
Cute.
Oh, and baneful herbs.
What would be like the next page if you were to add more to that? What would be the next thing you would want to work on?
I had a list actually at one point. I don't remember where it was, but I do have a whole list of like more advanced stuff I want to get into. I think one was like helping somebody cross over or performing death rites as a pagan priestess. Like you can, you're technically clergy. So if somebody is not Catholic or Christian, you can still go into a hospital with a clergy badge on and be with them to support them through that time. I don't do that. But that would be interesting to do just because, you know, it's part of life. So that's me. But we'll talk a little more later when we get into how to make your own book.
So I guess the first thing, like, it would make the most sense is to just, if you guys don't really know what a grimoire is, I mean, if you're here, you probably know what a grimoire is, but in case you don't, we're going to tell you a little bit about what a grimoire is according to Wikipedia. So basically, a grimoire, also known as a book of spells or a spell book, is a textbook of magic, typically including instructions on how to create magical objects like talismans and amulets, how to perform magical spells, charms, and divination, and how to summon or invoke supernatural entities such as angels, spirits, deities, and even demons. Demons. As we talk about a little later, like Charmed is big on the demon summoning from the Book of Shadows, right?
Yeah.
In many cases, the books themselves are believed to be imbued with magical powers, although in many cultures, other sacred texts that are not grimoires, such as the Bible, have been believed to have supernatural properties intrinsically. The only contents found in a grimoire would be information on spells, rituals, the preparation of magical tools, and lists of ingredients and their magical correspondences. In this manner, while all books on magic could be thought of as grimoires, not all magical books should be thought of as grimoires. While the term grimoire is originally European, and many Europeans throughout history, particularly ceremonial magicians and cunning folk, as Alice talks about a lot in her books, used grimoires, the historian Owen Davies has noted that similar books can be found all around the world, ranging from Jamaica to Sumatra. He also noted that in this sense, the world's first grimoires were created in Europe and the ancient Near East.
Owen Davis? Like Owens? Sorry.
Oh my God.
It's a stretch.
Another connection.
Wow.
The name Owens. Yeah. But we'll talk a bit more about the origins of grimoires in a little bit. But we wanted to showcase its presence in the movie and the books. So fun fact, I did a search since we're going to get into the book mentions now, and we're going to start with the first book, Practical Magic. This is before the movie even came out. I did a search in the first Practical Magic book for grimoire and spellbook, and there are 0 mentions of either for the first book. So I think that's clear to me that initially the concept of the grimoire must have been created solely for the movie by the writers of the screenplay. It must have been. If it's not in the books, where did it come from?
Yeah. Such a witch trope to have like a book of spells. And then Alice must have just included it in her other 3 books after seeing that. Dude, I'm going to be honest. Like, I just love how Practical Magic, the first book, is so subtle. Like, it's not in your face magic. The aunts don't even use a spell book, you know? It's all in their noodle.
Well, not yet anyway, because the grimoire in the books doesn't start until Rules of Magic, which was the next book that was written since the film's release in the late 90s. And once Rules of Magic came out, that grimoire pretty much becomes the main character by the end of the last book. Even the title is Book of Magic. Right? It becomes the main character. The whole story at this point revolves around the grimoire. It's funny how it went from like 0 grimoire mention to now it's the main character. And this is the conclusion of the whole saga.
It had a long lead up, but it got there.
It did have a long lead up. But yeah, I agree. I think Alice just saw how it resonated in the movie and everybody just wanted this book. And she must have seen how in demand this book was. And she was like, all right,
I'm going to give it to him in spades.
I'm going to give it to them. That's exactly what she did.
Awesome.
And then by the end, she's just like, all right, the whole thing is about the book now. And the book, spoiler, major spoiler. By the way, guys, this whole episode is probably going to be spoilers because we're talking about some book mentions. If you haven't read all of the books and you don't want spoilers, you should probably turn this off right now and go read all.
Pick another episode.
Pick another episode to start with. But we are talking about the grimoire, so we're going to spoil a lot for you. But by the end of that book, I'm pretty sure the book was the way they could rid of this curse finally, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that was basically the Horcrux, the key that helped end the curse.
So this book is by the end, this book becomes a very pivotal, important part of the entire story, the whole basis of the curse, or the whole reason how they could get rid of the curse. So this book is just like
importante.
It's very importante. So Christina, do you want to take us through, since there's not really any mentions in the first book, do you want to take us through the movie, since that was kind of like the next thing that was released, and kind of how the grimoire was introduced in the movie?
I sure can. So according to the Practical Magic wiki page on fandom.com, the Owens Book of Shadows is a family journal documented with ancient recipes, rituals, and spells. They have a little history tabby, and it says that the Owens Book of Shadows, often just referred to as Spellbook or the Book, is the magical tome of the Owens line of witches. It is supposed to be over 300 years old. The book seems to have been passed down through every generation ever since, assumingly created by Maria Owens in the 17th century. Although the diversity of the scrapbook-like style indicates that it is actually a collection of writing works by multiple authors, kind of just like the house we're going to talk about later. It's just continually added on to over 300 years. Of course, you're going to put your own spin on it. So that scrapbook style we see might not be through the whole book, right? So I think we touch a bit on that with Isis a little later. As far as the appearance, the Owens Book of Shadows is a large brown leather-bound album with cream white thick pages being illustrated and decorated with cuttings. And I believe in one of the books it says it's covered in toad skin. Drawings, pressed petals, plants, letters, pictures. The binding itself contains 2 different sections. The first, that main body of the book, and a smaller one at the back that can be accessed by turning the book upside down and opening that secret area in the back. So it's assumed that this back section contains those darker spells of the craft, while the front contains like your general magic. And the prop was designed by the artists who we've talked about before, Robin Stenfer and Stephen Alish, and they have a Pinterest, which I discovered.
Did they have a Pinterest for the book, or just in like a general Pinterest?
Just in general, but they do have a few pictures of the book that I had not seen before, like of the pages that are nice and clear.
Ooh.
So go check them out. And some of the main pages we see in the movie, we're going to link the images also for y'all to see.
We're going to talk about some of the timestamps in which the grimoire can be seen, and also kind of talk a little bit about what is on those pages during those timestamps to give you guys a little bit of a better idea, because a lot of these pages, they flash by very quickly in the film if you don't pause. And I think even Isis was saying, like, she had to like go through this movie and pause like to get every single image, every single angle, every single thing she could see about the book. Like, she really had to like pause really quick to see it, because some of these pages flash by in like a quick flash. We're going to talk a little bit about some of those things, because Isis did a really good job of capturing those pages. I wanted to say though, the Robin Standifer and Stephen Alish, I was looking for articles or like any kind of interviews that they might have done about the book. I couldn't find anything. I guess because it's like it was such an old movie, there wasn't maybe as much press.
I'm wondering, it was their second movie with Griffin Dunn, right? They did another movie before that. I don't know how long they were in practice or they were working as
They
a
were still pretty
company
new at that
beforehand.
time.
Right. And y'all, I'm not gonna lie, I'm reaching out to them on Instagram. I'm like, anything you want to
Christina's
share.
tagging them and everything. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
probably like, who are these bitches?
Yeah.
But yeah, I would love to know more about the design from straight from their mouth. Like I want to, like, one day hopefully we could sit down and talk with them, because that would be such a treat to actually know what went into creating this prop. And
Oh
like, as
God.
Isis gave us a little tidbits about like how they had to lay things flat, they took elements out, but we'll get to her interview. You guys will hear it straight from her about how they kind of finagled this book around the shooting schedule.
Mhm.
So I thought that was fascinating, but like I would just really love to like pick their brain and like see like what went into this book, how they created it, like where is it now? That one girl, is that who has it now? That chick who got it
I
off?
think so, but it sounds like there was more than
Multiple?
one prop book, which
Right.
crazy that they would have to make
Yeah.
like duplicates of all that. And we'll learn from Isis that is no easy task at all.
I
But
know.
it does sound like she mentioned that there was possibly more than one artist that helped work on it. So I don't know if she's just saying it was those two.
Yeah.
But their creative strength, like together, is absolutely out of this world.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Whimsical. Stunning.
So-
Never
so
been done before.
So I guess we'll jump into the movie mentions and like where we see it in the movie. The very first scene that we see the Owens family grimoire in the movie is at 5 minutes and 23 seconds, and this is when young Sally is practicing her spells, and she kind of does that little reverse candle blowing thing. Aunt Jet's like, very good, Sally, right? She's just
What
hanging
about
over-
me?
Yeah, poor Jillian, right?
Would you call that pyromancy? Or is there a word for that? Like controlling fire? Or is pyromancy like where you divine from fire?
I don't know. I guess Mancy would be divining, right? The term
Okay.
Mancy means to divine.
Okay.
Because like tasseomancy, reading with
Oh, yeah.
bibliomancy, reading with like pointing to something random in a book.
Would it be like pyrokinesis?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
So when young Sally is practicing her spells, Christina, you want to tell us a little bit about what's on that page or those pages
Oh.
hanging over?
Yeah, so that is a beautiful black and white page, and at the top it says illuminate. This page has a flicker of screen time, but it's there. Like you really got to look. Like Sally's kind of leaning over it, and it shows that black and white sketch style. It has like a lantern at the very top underneath the words illuminate, and there are two like candles that flag the sides of the page, and it's basically teaching her how to control fire.
Is that the same as, weren't we talking about like a lighthouse page? Or is that something else that I'm thinking of?
I think that's how Isis references this page as the lighthouse page.
The lighthouse page. Got it. Beautiful page. I never noticed that before until we talked about it with Isis. I was like, oh shit, I never even noticed there was a lighthouse. And that makes perfect sense because on top of their house is a lighthouse, so it makes sense. The next one is at 5 minutes and 55 seconds when who we deem the neighbor as Irene comes scratching at the back door, and the aunts go, get the bird, get the book. So when they're doing this spell, the pages in the book, the spell reads, my lover's heart will feel this pin, and his devotion I will win. There will be no way for him to rest nor sleep until he comes to me to speak. Only when he loves me best will he find peace, and with peace rest. So in the film, we only see Franny bring out the dove, and she instructs Jet to take the money. They give the girl a long pin in order to pierce the dove through the heart, and the girl makes her desperate plea. I want him to want me so much he can't stand it. That's pretty much all we see. The pages have the bird on it. Is that
Page,
the one with the bird?
Yeah. And it's in a cage. You don't see it. It looks very simple. It doesn't have like a lot of words on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing what it reads in the book was what it says on the page. And when we talk to Isis a little later, she'll tell us why that she kind of changed this a little bit and her reasoning behind that, which I can applaud.
Yeah, as we've discussed in past episodes, the ethics of the aunts is questionable, right?
Yeah, it's gray. It's gray.
Gray area there.
Yeah.
So do you think, quick question, was that love spell, do you think that was in the front of the book with all the practical magic, or was that in the dark magic book because it's a love spell and it's going against ethical standards?
The only way we would be able to see is to pause it at that time and see when Jetty is standing there with both her hands. I'm thinking it's in the front. But if that's the love potion 10 or 9 or whatever we talked about in our love potions thing,
Yeah,
that
I
like
think it was
should
the
only
10th,
be
right?
done. Yeah, that like
Yeah.
you only do this at desperate times. Then it
Right.
should be in the back.
So 17 minutes and 37 seconds. This is when Sally comes to the aunts after Michael dies because she wants them to bring him back. Quite a few pages get flipped through here, and it's very quick. Sally is frantically paging through the book, trying to find something to bring Michael back from the dead, stating, I found it here when Mommy and Daddy died. She's telling the aunts, I know you can do this. I know you can do this. I've seen it here. I saw it here. Not that the aunts tried it, but when Sally's parents died, she clearly, obviously she wanted to bring her parents back, so she looked for something then too. So this cuts to flashes of like hellscapes, insects, dark religious artwork, just very creepy, very off-putting stuff. So we're pretty sure the page Sally is looking for is the one that they use later on to bring Jimmy back. And Sally kind of says the same thing. If you notice, she says the same thing that Jillian says. She's like, I don't care what he comes back as long as he comes back.
Isn't that creepy?
And
It's
the
so
only
weird.
thing that Jillian adds later on is with a pulse. That's the only difference
Yeah.
between both of their statements, but they basically said the same exact thing.
It's just interesting to see the state of mind that Sally was in, that grief, as opposed to the state of mind that Jillian was in, whereas I'm feeling like she didn't want to get in trouble.
They just didn't want to go to jail.
They didn't want to go to jail. They didn't give a shit about Jimmy, which you don't
Right.
don't give a shit about Jimmy.
Yeah, and that goes to say like what kind of we already did this Sally character analysis, but like what kind of person Sally is, that she was willing to like put the book away and suffer and just grieve and just be depressed. But when she saw her sister wanted the spell and she saw how hurt her sister was, then she was like, all right, we'll do it. So yeah, I guess if there's a desperate need for it, as far as the aunts say, then I guess, yeah.
So that's where this next spell comes in. And this is at minute 38, 35 seconds. The resurrection spell that they do on Jimmy. And this page is absolutely beautiful. It's like a 2-page spread. The one side has like a frog getting stuck through with a pin, and then the other side has lots of collage going on with the contents of what they use. So at the top of this page, it says Spiritus vis Spiritrum. It says it over and over and over, probably like 7 or 8 times beneath where the frog is. And I had to zoom in a lot because I thought it said something else, but it was just saying that over and over. So it means spirits, the power of the spirits. And when we talked to Isis, we learned probably why they did this for the movie. And the only other word I could make out on the page was P-E-I-L, which I threw into Google Translate under Latin, and it means hair. But I couldn't really make out the rest. So the constitutes that they list out the ingredients for this spell is 4 ounces of braided wheat straw bundle, 2 ounces of blue sage, 2 ounces of mandragora, which, do they have that burning? Because we don't see them like putting it in a elixir or anything else. So I'm curious, this and the rest of the stuff that follows.
We see them with the braids, right? The wheat straw. We see them with that and the sage. But everything else, I don't know what they do with all that other stuff.
And the rest of the stuff in here is 1 tablespoon of henbane pulp, 2 I don't know what that is, 2 dashes of Distorian seeds. I couldn't find any evidence of this plant, so they might have just made that up for the movie. It could be by another name, but for the time crunch I had, I couldn't find anything on Distorian seeds. 4 ounces of arnoglass. So in the book, it reads 4 ounces of arnoglass of SD. Googled that, and it looks like arnoglassum is a new plant that you and I get to research.
Ooh.
It's, I guess, called the pale Indian plantain.
Okay.
So that'll be on our list. And 14 candles, beeswax only. That page is so beautiful.
That's probably one of my favorite pages. Do you remember when we started researching and just getting topics together for this podcast? I went through the movie with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing the toad page and realizing that there was actually that it was a toad. And then it like clicked for me. I was like, oh, that's why there's toads in the garden. That's why Jimmy is being represented by toads.
Yes.
It just clicked for me. I had no idea all these years because it flashes so fast on the screen. Like I never actually took the time to look at the page of the book that they were using on that scene.
And what Isis says later is like everything is supposed to look so old and worn that it's kind of like all like melded together. It's all smudged.
Yeah.
I did put in my circa 2001 Book of Shadows that I made when I was very little. I did include like those ingredients, and I have the bird on this side. Yeah, that's my practical magic page.
That's the book you made as a teenager?
That's the book I made as a teenager, so that we can link also, but
okay, so the next scene is at 1 hour and 5 minutes and 32 seconds, and this is when Jillian is making the banishing syrup for Gary. What do the pages say in that scene?
So on this page, it shows like a flower, I believe, blossoming, but it says amnesia, obliviosis, and memoir. However, I noticed that on Isis's recreation of this page, instead of amnesia at the top, she uses elixum, not amnesia. So I don't think I got to ask her why she changed this, but elixum means in Latin, I guess, the exile, banishment, or place of exile. So that possibly made more sense instead of amnesia. So yeah, it has a large opening flower on the center of this page. It has a smaller piece of paper, just paper clipped to the bottom, and a very, again, scrapbook style collage of papers on the left page, including lots of pressed flowers, more paper clipped information. However, when Kylie consults the book, she points directly to the words written across the flower's stem. So obliviosis means forgetful, wreaking forgetfulness, furthering the loss of consciousness. And memoir means forgetful or heedless. This is the spell in which Kylie says that they need blessing seeds. And Jillian says, what about Nigellus? And Kylie says, it's the same thing. So the Nigellus is Nigella sativa, which is in the
Ranunculaceae
family.
Whoa,
we love a ranunculus.
So ranunculus.
So commonly known as black seed or black cumin, which are used in folk herbal medicines. And we're going to have a whole episode on this. This has been on our topics list since the beginning. So we won't go too much in depth here, but we can say that they're edible and they have a wide range of health benefits. So in no way were the girls using that ingredient in particular to hurt Gary.
But can I just say, again, intention. If you put something into a concoction with the intention to send somebody away or hurt somebody, that's what it's gonna do.
Yeah, whenever he's like, what was in that syrup? Like, they don't really go over all the ingredients that pop through. I never thought they were intending to poison him.
Right.
But you don't
they
know.
Just wanted to send him away. I don't know. Maybe Jillian wanted to kill him. She already killed one person. What's stopping her from killing another person? Actually, no. Jillian did not kill. I'm sorry. Sally killed. Jillian did not kill. But Jillian did push her like little tappy her on the shoulder. Hey, the belladonna's in my bag. Do it. Right. She's the Gemini.
She's me.
She's you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So this page flashes really briefly also when Sally's flipping through the pages when she asked the aunts to bring Michael back.
Okay, so black cumin, is black cumin, I guess, is it the same as like a regular cumin? Does it have the same kind of taste? Because cumin in a pancake syrup, I can't imagine that would taste good.
You can buy black cumin seeds on Amazon.
Am I thinking something else? Am I thinking of what's the seed that cilantro comes from?
Oh, I don't know. Cardamom?
Yeah. Never mind. I think of something else. But cumin still has that, like, you put it in like taco meat, like you put it in chili.
Yeah.
I can't imagine cumin in like a pancake syrup. I can't imagine that tasting good. Like, even if it had no intention of hurting Gary at all, I'm pretty sure he probably would have tasted that syrup and be like, what is this shit? Or something like that.
It says black cumin tastes nutty and tart. Okay. About like the mixture of a poppy seed, pepper, and oregano. You know what I want to do now, though? Is come up with a syrup that includes black cumin. I think that would be a fun experiment.
Let me
and
know
make it taste good.
Turns out.
Okay. Are we going to tackle rules of magic?
Yeah, we're going to start with the appearance of the Owens family grimoire in the books. Actually starts with Rules of Magic because that was the second book that came out following the film's release. So page 56 through 57. This is a lot. And I tried to like be selective with the term grimoire and pull out, little mentions here and there. It's impossible because this book is such an intertwined part of the entire story, and it's so ingrained in, like, there's a lot. So these excerpts might be a little chunky.
Okay.
So page 56 through 57. Franny noticed The book that was kept in the greenhouse had been brought outside. The fat, overstuffed tome reminded her of a black toad, for it was bound in a covering that resembled frog skin, cool to the touch. It was filled with deeply personal information, some too dangerous ever to repeat. If there were no family member to inherit it, it would be burned when the owner died, out of respect and according to tradition. Some called such a collection a book of shadows. Others referred to it as a grimoire. By any name, it was a treasured text of magic, and it was imbued with magical power. Writing itself was a magical act in which imagination altered reality and gave form to power. To this end, the book was the most powerful element of all. If it wasn't yours, and you dared to touch it, your hand would likely burn for weeks. Small raised lumps would appear, causing a rash that was often impossible to cure. The journal in the library had been written during the last year of Maria's life, but this, her secret book of spells, had been hidden beneath the floorboards of the house. The grimoire contained instructions on how to craft talismans, amulets, and healing charms. Some formulas were written in ink that was specially made from hazelnuts or madder. Others were written in the writer's blood. There were lists of herbs and useful plants, remedies for sorrow, illness, childbirth troubles, jealousy, headache, and rashes. Here was a repository of a woman's knowledge, collected and passed on. This is where the recipe for our soap came from. They may have the journal Maria wrote in her last year at the library, but we've kept the important book hidden. It may be the oldest grimoire in this country. Most are burned when the owners pass on to ensure that they don't get into the wrong hands. But this one never gets into the wrong hands. We make sure of it. From Maria onward, it has gone to the strongest among us. And that person who's talking at that point, I'm pretty sure, is Isabel. She's explaining to Franny the significance of this book because Franny's never seen this before. And Isabel is the keeper of this knowledge at this time. Right now, at this point in Rules of Magic, this book is in Isabel's possession, and when Isabel dies, she passes it on to Franny. So the grimoire was so crammed with papers that scattered pages flutter to the ground as Isabel handed it over. When the time comes, you'll be next, she says to Franny. The book opened in Franny's hands. On the first page were the rules of magic. Do as you will, but harm none. What you give will be returned to you threefold, and fall in love whenever you can. Yeah, I love how Alice just throws in that fall in love whenever you can. Fall in love. Just do it.
Just do it.
All right, so then following Isabel's death, there's not really too much in Rules of Magic about the grimoire. It just kind of establishes itself, and then it kind of explains what happens with it after Isabel dies. So on page 259, what did she say to you at the end? Jet asked, because remember, Isabel whispers something in Franny's ear, and Jet kind of sees it happen, and she's curious, she wants to know. She'd been wondering ever since their aunt had whispered something that had brought Franny to tears. Franny says, she said you and I should share the grimoire. She said the sight would come back to you. But, yeah, that's not really what she says. So then on page 260, it said there was no choice but to walk through the gate of time. Franny had already packed up her suitcase and carried the grimoire with her. The book and all it contained was now theirs. Page 321. It was Samhain, the last day of October, when doors between worlds are open and impossible things are accomplished. She began to work from Isabel's grimoire, starting with the easy recipes. Chamomile for blessing, hyssop and holly to dispel negative energy, and after a few weeks she progressed to one of the most complex spells, the Dove's Heart Love Charm. Ooh! Welcome the 10th. So then we're gonna pop on over to Grimoire and Magic Lessons. There might have been more in Rules of Magic. Those were the only ones I pulled out because I searched Grimoire, but there might have been more mentions under the word book or book of spells. I didn't search those terms.
Okay.
I just searched Grimoire, so those were the
Awesome.
only ones that really stood out to me. And then the Grimoire in Magic Lessons it plays a significantly bigger role than it does in Rules of Magic.
Because it's like the origin story. It's the very first
Yeah.
time it's created or handed down.
Exactly.
Because it doesn't come from Hannah, right? Because that's Maria's adopted mother, who you would think, oh, it's part of the Owens line. She's Hannah Owens. But that's not the case because it has to go with its owner. So Maria ends up writing the information that Hannah taught her in her own book.
But doesn't she creates it for Maria, though? Hannah creates the book for Maria, right? And then Maria kind of fills it with her own knowledge and stuff that she learned from Hannah.
Yeah. So on page 16, it says, a child unprotected was at the mercy of those who wished to ill use her. As the ultimate protection against the merciless ways of fate, Hannah began to work on the only legacy she could give the child, a personal journal called the Grimoire, meant for the eyes of the user alone, a book of illumination in which cures and remedies and enchantments were documented. Some called the text a book of shadows, for it was meant solely for the use of the writer, and the formulas within often disappeared when looked at by a stranger. The first grimoire was said to be the Key of Solomon, perhaps written by King Solomon, or, far less impressive, by a magician in Italy or Greece in the 15th century. The book contained instructions for the making of amulets, as well as invocations and curses, listing the rules for summoning, love, and revenge. Solomon was believed to have been given a ring engraved with a pentagram that had the power to bind demons. Demons! And there were those who said that the angel Raziel gave Noah a secret book about the art of astrology, written on a single sapphire and brought with him on the ark. I just finished another Alice Hoffman book that I kind of have been mentioning through the last couple episodes called The Dove Keepers, and amazing read. However, something also comes up in that book. It's very heavily laden with Hebrew magic and mysticism. So Alice also notes in The Dove Keepers the connection of Moses and Noah to books of magic. So a little excerpt from there that goes along with this one. It says, there have always been ancient books of mystery. Men who practice magic were teachers who were called Abba, fathers blessed by knowledge from the books of mystery. Even Moses himself was said to have what magicians and great teachers called the Book of the Moon, which I Googled, couldn't find anything about. A collection of magic so strong no other human has ever dared to open the pages, lest he be burned alive by the heat of the words within. And another little passage right after says, Noah too had a book of incantations. The voice of an angel in the book of Jubilees recounts that the angels themselves taught Noah all manner of secrets so that he might use the herbs of the earth to heal his sons. So I thought that was so cool that she really expands on the origins of magic and collecting magical text, in that book. So I thought that was neat.
Oh, you have me so intrigued about the Dove Keepers now. I'm gonna have to freaking read
good.
it.
I'm telling you, I'm Marco Justina, and no book has ever got me so like by like 20 minutes to the end of the book, I was like, oh, like plot twist, mic drop. It was incredible. It's very, very sombering. It has a good like positive ending, but prepared to be like blue and down in the dumps for a while.
You said there was a show about this?
They made it like a 2-episode, I think there were hour-long episodes of the show.
What platform is that on?
I haven't looked. I didn't want to look further into it because I wanted to finish the book first because I knew I would want to go and watch it. Yeah. So now that I'm done, I'm gonna look into it.
Cool. Let me know. So I'll check that out. I want to read the book first before I watch a show, but for sure, I definitely want to check it out. And you said that the actress in that had a connection.
Yeah, let me see if I can remember how this went. So you and I were talking about if they were to make Rules of Magic, who would they get to direct and produce? And I suggested Amy Sherman Palladino, who did Mrs. Maisel, the marvelous Mrs. Maisel, which is set in the 1960s in New York. Okay. The woman who plays Mrs. Maisel in the show also plays one of the lead women in The Dove Keepers, which I was like, it's meant to be. Amy Sherman Palladino. Come on.
I love the connection. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. All right. So let me we'll bring you back to the Rules of Magic here. So it says, the sworn book of Honorius, an ancient magical treatise Hannah had found in the royal family's library when she was a girl, advised no woman should be allowed to read its incantations and invocations. Those women who could read were revered and feared, for they were the most skilled in love magic. Magical practitioners were everywhere in England, in the courts and in the castles, and magic books were forbidden for the poor and for women. There were searchers for magical manuscripts belonging to women, which were often found hidden under beds or to avoid discovery once doubt had been cast upon the writer, floating in rivers or thrown onto burning pyres so that their magic could not fall into the wrong hands. Spells and magical symbols were written upon parchment, then tucked into the folds of clothing or into the food of the intended objects of desire. It was a woman's personal book that was most important. Here she would record the correct recipes for all manner of enchantments, how to conjure, how to heal, including those illnesses that had no name, how to use natural magic to bind another to you or send him away, how to use literary magic, the writing of charms and amulets and incantations, for there was no magic as coveted or as effective as that which used words. And there's Alice again, like reiterating the importance of the written word, which I love.
Yeah, I love how like Alice, if you like follow her Instagram, she posts a lot about like you see those cases popping up about all these like schools burning books.
Oh yeah, what the hell? Yeah.
What is freaking people just trying to do away with important knowledge or things that, you know, you need to read about as kids to learn stuff, and people trying to
real world.
and people trying to hide that information. Like, no, you will not burn my knowledge.
Yeah, that basically sums up this story.
Yeah.
All right, so page 17, whereas Hannah's grimoire had vellum pages and a wooden cover, the book she fashioned for Maria was a true prize, a magical object in and of itself. It was made of real paper, dearly bought from the printer in the village. The cover was black and bumpy and cool to the touch, unmistakably supernatural in nature, made of the most unusual material. That frog, man.
Yeah.
Do you think she put that, is that in the first book? Because it's not, because you said there was no real grimoire. Do you think she put that in as a nod to the frog on the pages that we talked about?
I think so. Yeah, because the frog, don't they mention the toad? They mention toads in the first book. They just don't mention it in like reference to a grimoire or anything like that, right?
Right.
Yeah. All right. So the movie, the writers of the movie must have taken the toad motif from the book, but the book never actually had a grimoire. And then Alice must have taken the grimoire with the toad motif from the movie and then put that in the next book.
Oh, yeah. Toads are also like categorized in like the familiars, like witches using animals a lot of the time. So that could be it also, but I think it's a good connection that they have.
I love the tie-in though. I love how she tied it all together.
All right. Kaden had led her to the shallows of a nearby pond where she found a large toad floating on the calm surface, already cold and lifeless when Hannah knelt to hold it in her hands. For those who were uneducated, toads were full of evil magic, and witches were said to transform themselves into toads, if need be. The toad's fate would be to guard a treasure trove of cures and remedies. As Hannah walked home in the fading dark, the toad's skin sparked with light. This made it clear that the grimoire formed from this creature would have its own power and would give strength to the written enchantments it bore. Any spell would be twice as potent. Hannah prepared the leather that very night, secretly, and with great skill, salting the skin before stretching it on a wooden rack. Overnight, the toad leather grew twice as large as it had been, taking on the form of a square, which signified the mystical shape of the heart, combining the human and the divine and representing the four elements: fire, earth, air, and water. It was an omen of power and heartbreak and love. On page 18, when presented with the book on Midsummer Night, in the years she turned 10, Maria cried hot tears, the first time she could recall doing so, for although witches were said to be unable to cry, rare occasions caused them to do so. Maria was swept up by raw emotion and gratitude, and from that day forward, she cried when she was flooded by her responses, burning her own skin with her dark, salty tears. Never in her life has she had anything that truly belonged to her and her alone. She marked this day forever after as the day of her birth, for it was, indeed, the formation of the woman she would become. Her fate was tied to this book. Oh, God, is it ever tied to that fucking book? As it was for her future and had been written with indelible ink. On the first pages were the rules of magic, ones Hannah declared they were obliged to follow. Do as you will, but harm no one. What you give will be returned to you threefold. Golly, there's a lot of mentions in this.
Yeah.
Do you want to take over?
Yeah.
I just feel like I'm stumbling and fumbling.
It's all good. I got you.
Thanks, boo.
All right, so page 19. She knew that life and death walked hand in hand and understood when Hannah confided that a grimoire must be handed down to a blood relative or destroyed upon the owner's death. Magic was dangerous if set in the wrong hands. At the hour of her adoptive mother's death, Maria must burn her book even before she accompanied Hannah's body to the burying ground. She had begun her own book, with Hannah's lessons taking up the early pages. And these would always remain a treasure. Remain a treasure, and then fucking Franny had to friggin' destroy everything.
Yeah.
Maria wrote carefully with curving near perfect script, using ink made of the bark of there's the hawthorn and oak tree. Okay. Do you think that's why the script disappears when somebody else reads it? Because it's made of fairy ink?
It's fucking fairy ink!
Fairy ink! Holy shit!
Whoa.
And oak trees and the ashy bones of doves she had found strewn in the grass.
Doves.
There's the dove again.
Yeah.
Maria made a bond with the doves, as she had all birds, as much later in her life she would be grateful she had done so. Page 32. Hannah shoved her own grimoire into the girl's hands. No one gave up such a treasure unless her own end was near. Burn this as soon as you can, and whatever you do, don't come back here. Page 33. She watched from a hillside and wept as the house burned. When it was over and the men had gone, she went back to add Hannah's grimoire to the fire. The smoke was green as it arose in spirals into the canopy of trees. It was a lifetime of knowledge given back to the world from which it had come.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, but not really, because she had all that knowledge that she kind of carried over into her own grimoire. So she had it.
But there's power in probably like Hannah's handwriting,
Oh,
you know, in her
100%.
own handwriting.
Yeah, for sure. Page 41. Although Rebecca, as we know, Maria's biological mother, could neither read nor write, when it came to matters of love, she was an expert. Her grimoire was filled with runic marks, the ancient alphabet of alchemy. She used these symbols to denote which herbs to use and which to avoid, which spells were best to recite in the waning or waxing of the moon, to bring forth power of the earth and sky, incantations which were dangerous in a novice's hands. She taught Maria the 8 lesser love charms and the 9th potion, which was so potent one must wear gloves during its preparation. The 10th potion was the one she had used herself, or she herself had used, and she did not recommend the use of that enchantment. If she knew Maria had copied it into her grimoire at the very back of her book, she did not say. She only told her daughter to be vigilant. There were sinister aspects of magic, and what you brought into this world was your responsibility to deal with forevermore. I like how even like Alice in this book acknowledges that the back of the book was the bad stuff.
I think that's
right?
really cool. Yeah.
I love how she tied that into like the movie stuff. So love that. And also real quick, Rebecca, Maria's biological mother, does she or does she not remind you of that other woman in Outlander? The one that we were saying was the time jumper?
Yeah,
What was her name?
Gillis?
Galus?
Galus?
Yeah, Galus. Are you seeing like a connection? Like her and Galus remind me a lot of each other, and then Maria and Claire remind me a lot of each other.
I can see that.
Page 54. Rebecca did not bequeath her grimoire to her daughter, but then Maria had not expected her to do so, for it was still in use, and Maria had written down all of her mother's knowledge in her own book. Instead, Rebecca gave her a leather bag, which included several packets of useful herbs, beeswax candles, and a spool of blue silk thread, all for the creation of amulets and potions. Never be without thread, she told the girl. What is broken can also be mended. Page 64. Maria waited for the other girls to go to supper. Then she hid her grimoire beneath the floorboards before going off to explore. She knew well enough to keep her bloodline a secret, for her talents could bring her luck or misery. And this was when she was in the islands in Curacao. So page 74. After that, Junie went out with her suitors at night, and Maria spent her time with Adri. She added her lessons to the grimoire. There were lists of plants, those that could break a fever, those that could set a man's imagination on fire, or could ease a woman's childbirth. There were recipes for revenge and for love, for health and for well-being, and to fend off curses. On page 78, it was an ancient conjure Hannah had found in a book of Agrippa's occult philosophy, perhaps part of a powerful manuscript called the Fourth Book. It was among the most potent charms and incantations Maria had copied into her grimoire. You are not mine, I am not yours, you have no power, I walk where I wish, my heart is protected. I think the Agrippa's occult philosophy, that might be an actual real book, but I don't know about the Fourth Book. I'll have to dig a little deeper on that.
Okay.
Page 99, she had the ingredients for a breakbone fever, a cure that Adri had taught her. It had been added to her grimoire with ink drawn from the stalks of vibrant coral-colored hibiscus, so that the written remedy was nearly as red as blood. Page 121, the 10th love potion, the one Rebecca had cast upon Lachlan, was written down in Maria's grimoire, but she had made an oath never to use it, not for any woman who came calling, no matter how desperate, and certainly never for herself. I like how, like, she would never use it, not even for a woman who came calling. Then why even write it down at all? Like,
yeah,
you know?
it's safer not written.
It's safer
down.
just not in there.
Yeah.
Page 124. When at last she fell asleep, she dreamed of a ship at sea. In her dream, she held her grimoire in her hands, open to a page on which a map had been spun out of stars. It was a map she couldn't read, and she was as lost and alone as she had been in the field of snow when Caden found her and sat on the rim of her basket, refusing to leave her. And then she was no longer alone. Hannah sat across from her in her dream, as real as she'd been on the last day they had spent together. Their boat drifted in a vast and endless sea, but there was great comfort in being in Hannah's presence, even in a dream. So that grimoire generated that dream?
It
So
feels like almost like a tether
to
the other side.
world?
Yeah.
All right, so page 163. She removed it and went out to the lake. where she set it on the ledge of a rock. This is in reference to, remember when Samuel Diaz was like, those jewels are fake. Remember John Hathorne gives Maria those jewels and she's like all giddy about it. And then Samuel Diaz is like, nah, dude, those are fake. So then when I guess the jig was up, she figured out that they were fake. She took the grimoire in the spine of the book. She brought it down, smashing the jewels. So that's when she found out that the jewels were actually fake. Page 164. When Maria returned to the cabin, she took out the book, for what is written will open the world itself. As she paged through the grimoire, she thought of the woman who took her in on a snowy day and gave her the Owens name, who had shared all she knew about the nameless art. Own your own life, Hannah had told her. Never depend on others. Protect those closest to you.
I have a problem with that. The like never depend on others.
Uh-huh.
But sometimes you gotta ask for help. Sometimes you gotta open that heart of yours. That's why we're gonna talk about this in our book club coming up. But Maria just like grinds me sometimes. I'm like, not grinds me, like grinds my gears, you know? Like, God dang, woman, you're so stubborn.
Yeah, you think that's why she pushed Samuel away, because Hannah's words were just ringing in her
depend on
ears?
anyone. Yeah.
Yeah. It's sad. Yeah, she closes herself off to what could have been true love because she's so hardened by, things that, number one, things she's experienced. Number two, she saw her mother die. And number three, hearing her mother's words ring out in her head that she shouldn't depend on anyone.
I'm all about the independence, but like, you can't do it by yourself.
You gotta, ask for help or just let somebody in. Okay, so page 167. Once Faith, Maria's daughter, had learned to read and write, Maria brought out the grimoire, their greatest secret, kept in the kitchen under lock and key, in a bureau drawer with a false bottom, so that even if someone jimmied open the drawer, they'd come up with nothing more than 2 large wooden spoons. This will belong to you someday, Maria told Faith. Page 217. When they first arrived, Maria had locked herself in her chamber with her grimoire. She attempted every spell that might bring a missing person home. She lit candles, laid out stones and bird feathers on the wooden floor, slit the palms of her hands so that her blood could call out to Faith. And that's when Faith got kidnapped by that asshole Martha Chase. Page 223. Maria continued to search for Faith, and each time she came home unsuccessful, she turned to the grimoire, also to no effect. I don't know why the grimoire couldn't help find her either.
Here's circling back real quick to accepting the health of others. It isn't until Durant gives her those apples and tells her to bake the pie that actually stuff starts moving and the momentum starts happening, and Faith, eventually gets the call to come home. She could not do it on her own.
Right. Yeah. I like how Catherine Durant just, as we always say, slides out of the dark shadows of the alley when she's like, bake the pie. No, seriously. Bake the fucking pie. Page 224. Nothing helped Maria Owens, not even the back pages of the grimoire, which we know is the darker spells.
There it is.
Obtain those spells from the Agrippa and the Key of Solomon, only to be used in the most dire of times. At last, she performed an act of desperation. She lay on her back, naked on the floor, inside a pentagram she had drawn with charcoal. She was surrounded by burning candles, a brass bowl of blood, and fingernail clippings and strands of hair on fire. She had made a small wax figure of Martha that twisted in the heat. This was left-handed magic, dangerous to one and all. Use only when you must, Hannah Owens had written in her perfect handwriting, and know you will pay a price for doing so.
So Maria does use left-handed magic.
Yeah, I guess she was just getting desperate to bring Faith back. I don't remember what the price was that she had to pay, though. Do you remember?
It could have been her father-in-law, because I believe he passes. I mean, he's elderly to begin with, but maybe that could have been his deterioration.
Maybe you're right, because that was on page 248, and then by 252, it's saying Abraham's condition worsened. So I'm thinking you might be right. Maybe he was like a sacrifice. So before we get to there, page 251, it said, Maria turned to the book, reading the grimoire for hours, trying every remedy that might help the old man regain his vitality. So even by page 251, 2 or 3 pages after she had done that left-handed magic, now we see that Abraham's starting to deteriorate. So page 252, as Abraham's condition worsened, Maria was willing to delve into the darker magic that practitioners of the nameless art were taught to avoid. So now she's using dark magic on top of dark magic. She used it to try to find Faith to, the detriment of this poor man. And now she's trying to use it to cure this poor old man.
Yeah.
And then Samuel Diaz is like, no, just fucking stop.
Just stop. It's old age. The only cure for old age is death.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he tells her. So then I think eventually, Abraham passes, right?
He does. This scene, I just had to read through this scene for our book club meeting coming up. she is like naked in front of Abraham, like doing this whole thing. I don't know if I'd ever be that involved with my father-in-law
Right.
in order to save his life.
Right. Yeah.
Weird to me. That's all.
Super weird. Super weird. So she was willing to delve into that darker magic that the practitioners of the nameless art were taught to avoid, though she could find no death spells. There were no death spells in the grimoire. Hannah tells her that is not our business. When you go inside darkness, the darkness goes inside you. Page 295. Faith memorized many of Hannah's remedies when she read her mother's grimoire, but was even more intrigued when Rebecca's runic spells that bordered on dark magic. In a few weeks' time, she was delighted when her mother presented her with a book of her own. She saw the rules of magic that must never be forgotten written on the very first page. Do as you will, but harm none. What you give will be returned to you threefold. I like how Faith just fucking ignores all of that and goes into she just takes the Book of the Raven and is like, nah, this is my grimoire now. She don't give a fuck about the rules of magic.
Yeah.
So page 349, we only have a couple more mentions here in this book. What was most precious to her was her grimoire, which she would carry in her purse. This is pages 385 to 386. The original shed had been attached to a glass greenhouse so that herbs could be grown all year long, even in the dead of winter. It was there that Maria kept her grimoire in its black toadskin cover, a book that would belong to Faith upon her mother's death, so that she might learn magic all over again, from the start, but not until she was a very old woman who had come to understand the importance of the rules. I like how she's just being shunned from magic until she's can get her shit together.
Mm-hmm.
It says on the first page, Hannah had written the rules of magic, and now Maria added a third, doing so without hesitation. Some lessons you have to learn for yourself. Others are best to know from the start. Do as you will, but harm no one. What you give will be returned to you threefold. Fall in love whenever you can. So that's the one that Maria added, that very last line. Perhaps the grimoire was the reason toads collected in the garden, or perhaps they merely enjoyed the varieties of greens Maria grew: sorrel, dandelion, spinach, and chard. So by the end of that book, and by the end of that grimoire, Maria kind of comes to terms with you kind of need to fall in love. Let yourself fall in love. It's okay. All right, so now we're moving on to the very last book, and this is the grimoire in the Book of Magic. And by this book, the grimoire is pretty much the main character and focus of this conclusion to the whole Owens saga. For now, anyway, as we saw, he teased a little bit on her Instagram, so we're holding on to hope. Maybe there's more parts of the story. The grimoire in the Book of Magic. The title of this book is a direct reference to the grimoire. And in this book, we learn that Sally never actually tells Kylie and Antonia about their witchy bloodline or even about the curse. Kylie has to find out about it from some family member who attends Jet's funeral and kind of spills the beans. And then it piques her curiosity. But it wasn't until Kylie's boyfriend actually gets in a really bad accident, ends up in a coma, which prompts her to want to be the one who rids her family of this curse once and for all. So she ends up running away to Essex in the UK to do just that. And then that prompts the aunts and Sally Jilly to go meet back up with Vincent. Then the whole time they're trying to find Kylie, and Kylie ends up in the wrong hands. This whole book is based specifically on the grimoire and just it's like a race against the clock for all parties just trying to get their hands on this book. So we're going to go through some of the mentions here.
All right, so on page 27, on the fourth day, Jet and Franny went out to the greenhouse to read through the grimoire, the thick book that was a repository for the family's magical knowledge. Their treasured grimoire had been created in Essex, England, by Maria Owens' adopted mother, Hannah, a birthday gift when Maria was 10. Old enough to study magic, the cover was the cool green-black skin of some strange leather that was said to be toad skin, a material that was both delicate and strong. Maria's original cures and spells could be found in these pages, learned in England and Curacao, and it was here in this book that the original curse had been written down years after it had been set, when Maria stood upon the gallows, having been judged to be a witch by the man she imagined she loved. There were also several pages written by Maria's daughter, Faith. Then on page 28, it says the women in the following generations had added to the family's knowledge, including their cherished Aunt Isabel, who invited Franny and Jet to Magnolia Street when they had no idea who they were. Page 28. The most recent pages in the grimoire had been written over a period of 50 years by Franny and Jet, and there were remedies and enchantments Jillian had added, even though Jillian had always had less talent for magic than the others and had been mortified by her lack of skill. On page 28, Sally had never written a word in the grimoire. "I'm not interested," she always said when the topic of magic was broached. "I've got better things to do."
On page 36, there are some mentions of some other grimoires that have a presence in the books. The first one is the Book of the Raven, which was Amelia Bassano's grimoire. This was the book that Faith had found that led her down the dark path. The other grimoire is the Magus, which we first see in Rules of Magic, and this is the one that Vincent finds, and he kind of goes on a little bit of a dark path. Then they also mention a book called Little Albert, which contained homey spells that would catch fish and rabbits, along with healing charms and ways to render oneself invisible. I guess this is like where it starts getting a little Harry Potter-ish, right? With the magic stuff.
Yeah.
You thought it seemed like that a little bit. I agree. And then there's the Dragon Rogue, a French grimoire that listed enchantments and ways to keep evil at bay. The Key to Hell by Cyprianus, Agrippa's third book of occult philosophy written in 1510, and the famous Icelandic book, the Rauskina, or Redskin, which contains some of the darkest magic imaginable. The name was taken from the color of the cover. But just to note, none of these books are the Owens family grimoire. We do plan to do episodes for both the Magus and the Book of Raven in their own dedicated episodes, and maybe even touch on some of these other books, maybe even give some of those other books their own episode. We did have somebody requested, I think it might have been Which Way on YouTube. I think she requested some of the episodes specifically on some of those other books. So that might be cool to like go down that rabbit hole a little bit on other episodes. But for the purpose of this episode, we're just going to keep it limited to the Owens family grimoire.
I think the one, the Little Albert, the Petit Albert, we mentioned later on. We'll talk about it a little more. I'm not sure. The Rodskina, we also do talk about Icelandic books of magic. So stick around. Towards the third portion of our show, we talk about those more. Yeah. So page 49, she took a pot of paste she used whenever she attached samples of herbs and plants to the grimoire. Not sure who that's talking about. It was saying that Sally had never added anything to the book. So could be Jet, could be Franny, not really sure. Page 99, it was then Kylie remembered the grimoire, which she had stumbled upon in the greenhouse one summer. When she had brought the heavy tome into the kitchen, her mother had pitched a fit and quickly returned it to its proper place, only this time under lock and key. What about the book in the greenhouse? We've searched the grimoire 1,000 times, Franny assured her. There's nothing there. There has to be. Jet said the cure is in a book, Kylie insisted. Jet? Franny was truly puzzled. When did she say that? In her letter. Page 112, the grimoire was stowed in Franny's bag, which made it quite heavy, but she had her trusty umbrella to lean on. On page 173, save a life and a life will be saved in return. Maria Owens had written in the family grimoire. This was the bargain that would bring Kylie back. So life for a life, basically. 187. Fortunately, her Book of Shadows was said to have been burned upon her death, as was the tradition with personal grimoires. But perhaps the book had survived. Page 248. In the morning, they would go after her, but tonight, Franny would stay awake and read through the grimoire, paying special attention to everything that had been written by Maria Owens, first in her childish scrawl, then later in her small, well-formed script. There were enchantments jotted down in red ink composed of hibiscus and brown ink of hazelnuts and gallnuts, in which wasps laid their eggs. Oh, gall nuts. Dude, never mind. Gall nuts. Sorry. Side note, real quick to you. My future brother-in-law, whose wedding we're going to be going to, he's like an environmental somebody who works for the military. And I don't know if you've ever seen, like, if you walk by a tree and it has like a little growth on it, those are called galls. And those are like where insects will put their eggs, because the tree has like a wound, basically. Oh. And it like makes a gull.
Oh.
So we don't have to include that, but I thought that was interesting.
No, you should include that. That's really cool.
Yeah. Gull nuts, in which wasps lay their eggs, used before the larva could burrow out, with deep crimson blood, with the black bark of the hawthorn branches, or the soot of lamps. Some of these inks were indelible, others invisible, some laced with vinegar or rainwater, written in English and Latin and runic. She thought about the house on Magnolia Street and how Aunt Isabel had called to her on the day before her death. She had chosen Franny, whom she'd seen as the strongest, to carry on as the caretaker of the book. If it isn't written down, it will likely be forgotten, Isabel had told her. This was why women had been illiterate for so long. Reading and writing gave power, and power was what had been so often denied to women. Franny had been conflicted about who to leave the book to when it was time to do so. Sally was the stronger of the sisters, but she had no interest in magic. Jillian, would she even want the responsibility? Perhaps it was best to leave the book to whoever lived in the house and was willing to take it on. That individual would leave the light on the porch turned on and open the door to any woman in need. The book was a burden and a blessing. Franny thought likely it would choose its own caretaker. She unpacked, setting the grimoire on an old walnut desk. Franny handled it with affection and respect. She hoped to find a reference to the Book of the Raven and perhaps a method for finding daughters who went astray.
Interesting because, okay, so Franny ends up, I know we're not there yet, we still have a lot to read, but Franny ends up leaving the book to Kylie. And you know this section where it's, you just read it, it would be best to leave the book to whoever lived in the house and was willing to take it on. The individual will leave the porch light on, open the door to any woman in need. There's I think I have the excerpt toward later on, but basically Kylie at the end, it says that she leaves the light on, she takes care of all women in need.
I love that so much.
Kind of reiterating that Franny chose the right person to take it on.
Her storyline, even in the first Practical Magic book, is much stronger than Antonia's. I really like Kylie. Like, I like her tenacity for like knowledge and being smart and her relationship with Gideon when they're younger.
Yeah. I also really admire her just like take the bull by the horns, go balls to the wall, like I'm gonna fucking get this shit done because everybody else in this family is fucking passive as fuck. Nobody's doing anything about this curse.
Yeah.
Really?
Over 300
Really?
years? Are you kidding me?
Nobody thought to go to fucking Essex, just get on a goddamn plane and go take care of this shit?
Yeah. And why is Jet being so shady? Like, I'm gonna leave a little sneaky peek in the book and hide it. God damn, Jet, you could have saved a lot of people a lot of hardship. A lot of funeral fees.
Right. Like, she couldn't just tell Franny. Why'd she have to, like, because Franny was supposed to find that book and Kylie found it.
Yeah.
So if you just told Franny to begin with, you wouldn't have to like do some secret
puzzle.
And Kylie was too smart for all of them. She fucking found that shit. So
I like Kylie. I really like Kylie. Page 321. The grimoire was in Franny's suitcase, but instead she turned to the Book of the Raven, which had been used to call down the red rain. I don't remember how Franny got a hold of the Book of the Raven. Do you?
I don't remember.
I don't either.
Or we'll dive into that once we do like a Book of the Raven episode. But the red rain reminds me of red rum.
Red rum. Page 327 to 328, she began the incantation from her family's grimoire. One Maria Owens had written down for a desperate time. The sacrifice was to come, not the loss of her hair, which would grow back. So, real quick, the hair thing. Mm-hmm. Maria Owens cuts off her hair also. Do you remember that? Ooh. So does Sally. Mm-hmm. But why is it so easy? Just cut your hair off. It's either hair or a life, a full-blown life. You know?
I don't understand how that works because hair grows back. It's really not that much
big a deal.
It's not very good collateral. It fucking grows back. Like make it make sense.
Make it make sense. The sacrifice was to come, not the loss of her hair, which would grow back in a few months' time. Maria's spell would take away abilities Tom might possess. Few as they were, but it would take Sally's as well. That was the price to pay. That was the key. She would no longer have magic. I renounce all that I have to be rid of you. You will walk away and never return. Page 334, to end the curse. Okay, here, guys. Yeah. Here we come. Here's all the spoilers. To end the curse, the book in which it was originally written must be destroyed. The grimoire, which was mine, must be no more.
Hold on. Real quick. So it says to end the curse, the book in which it was originally written must be destroyed. But the curse was written in the book. Isn't the curse something Maria just said? I
don't think it was. Yeah, it was never written down. I hope it was never written down.
Yeah, I don't understand
Alice.
that. I don't understand that part.
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
All right, page 338. We're getting there, guys. We're almost. No, we're not. Okay. Alone in her room, Franny knew what she must do. Before she made the sacrifice and destroyed the part of their past that held them back, she would make certain to keep their history. She copied everything in their family's grimoire into a red journal. Found, how do you get everything from that massive tome into a little tiny red journal?
Yeah.
Fucking Mary Poppins.
Also, when you're done reading this, I also have something.
Okay. In a red journal found in the desk drawer that was stamped with the logo of the inn, 3 hedges in whose branches perched 3 black birds.
So if she copies everything from the family grimoire into another notebook, ultimately she's not really destroying the information. So how does this fucking work?
How does this work? Are the words just tied to like the toad's skin? Maybe it's because it's like but then if it's in a leather, did you say leather? No, red journal found in desk. Maybe because it was like once a living life that carries more power to hold those words.
But like my thing is like if the magic was tied to the toad skin, then wouldn't all the magic when she destroyed the actual toad skin book, like by copying it over into another book, doesn't it lose its magic? Like whoever uses the repurposed version of these notes, like how would any of their spells come to fruition or happen for them if there's no more magic tied to the book? You understand what I'm saying?
I wonder if she left out so say the curse is written in there, if she left out that curse.
It just make it make sense. Again, make it make sense.
All right, page 339. She began and didn't stop until every spell and cure had been copied down. Wood Avens to cure toothache, black horehound for nausea and monthly cramps, salted leaves to heal the bite of a dog, elderberry and cherry bark for coughs, dill seeds for hiccups, hawthorn to calm a frantic heart, and nettle, which made a fine soup, ladled out to treat burns, infections, and inflammations, apple for love, holly for dreams, ferns to call for rain, feverfew to ward off colds, list after list of all that mattered, silver coins, pure water, willow, birch, rowan, string, mirrors, glass, blood, ink, paper, pen. As she wrote, here we go. The ink on the pages of the original grimoire rubbed off onto her fingertips and sank into her flesh and bone. So she's like the carrier of the words. Okay, so that her veins turned dark blue and then black, threading up her arms straight to her heart. She could feel the years unwinding. She could feel the magic inside of her. She had always wanted time to move backwards, and now it did.
Yeah, and then I think it like flashes back to her like time with Halen, and like it just like her life flashes before her eyes and stuff like that.
So now she carries the curse.
Yeah, but she offs herself to she sacrifices herself to save Kylie and to get rid of this curse.
Why couldn't they just burn the book? Page 343, Franny realized just how heavy the book was and placed the grimoire beside her in the grass, then grabbed off her boots and her stockings. Okay, here we go, guys. Page 344. Franny carried the book in her hands as she walked into the water, heavy as it was. The sodden Owens family grimoire was heavier all the time. The thick paper, handmade 300 years earlier, each sheaf so expensive Hannah Owens had saved for months so that she might afford the material necessary to construct a proper book for Maria. 345. She held the grimoire against her chest. It was already waterlogged, and as she went deeper, the pages disintegrated and the ink pooled into black circles. Words floated everywhere, shimmering on the water. Words made up the world. The book was in Franny's hands, but it was the past, over and done with. There was no point holding on, so she did what she was supposed to do. She let it go. The skin of the toad became itself again, more green than black, restored and made whole. That was magic. That was how they had lived their lives. How lucky they had been. Oh, beautiful world. Oh, love that never ended. They had been through it all together, and now they were together once more. 346, the curse was dissolving. The toad Hannah Owens had found floating long ago, dead in the shallows, was the one she used to fashion the grimoire, was alive after all this time.
So that makes it sound like the curse was tied to the toad.
It does. It does make it sound that way, doesn't it?
It makes it sound that way, but like she instilled that curse when she was standing on the gallows, Maria. So like I don't understand how it connects to the toad and why destroying the toad bound book destroys the curse. I don't understand.
Transference magic or like poppet magic. What's it called? Where like you put your illness or whatever into something else. You know how like the Appalachian folk
sympathetic magic?
Sympathetic magic. Yes, thank you.
Maybe.
Page 347, the Owens family grimoire had been copied into this slim journal, and although Sally recognized Franny's handwriting, she couldn't for the life of her fathom why that would be. 362, as it turned out, Kylie was quite good at magic. She took great care of the red grimoire Franny had left for them, kept under lock and key in the greenhouse. All they had ever known and all that they would need to know had been written down in it. Not a single line had been lost. Kylie was in residence on Magnolia Street, and by rights, the book belonged to her now.
Kylie is now the keeper of the magic. I'm just trying to still wrap my head around how it was possible for Franny to copy over centuries worth of information into one little Spark Notes
Journal.
version in one night.
I
In one
know.
night, me and you take 2 weeks to just write an hour's worth of show notes. Like, I don't buy it. I'm sorry.
I was looking at our old Instagram posts and like our memes and stuff, and the one of Charlie Day from Always Sunny and the red yarn and stuff, and it's like
Yarn.
Justina and the Owens family curse. Like it, I need to just repost that again.
It drives her up a wall. It does. It drives me nuts. Make it
Yeah.
make sense, please. Make it all make sense, because the conclusion to this saga, I don't think it makes much sense. I don't think
Maybe it's not the end.
I love you, Alice, but
We
I just
love
don't
you, Alice.
understand how the curse connects to the toad when Maria clearly makes the curse on the gallows. All right, so there you have it, guys. That's all the book mentions. I know it's a lot, but the Grimoire, as we've came to find out, it's a main character pretty much by the end of the last book. But we're gonna take a quick break right now, and when we come back, we're gonna do a quick card pull from the Inner Witch Oracle by Grounded by the Moon, and we also have some extra goodies for you, courtesy of Grounded by the Moon. We're so excited to be working with Joseph on some stuff coming up for the spring, so stick around for that. And when we come back, we're also gonna hear our Isis Chandler interview, so we can't wait to talk to Isis and just show you guys what we chatted with her about. So we will be right back.
Hey, little witches! The Stinas here.
We're excited to announce that we will be hosting a very special Beltane candle-centered ritual with Joseph of Grounded by the Moon.
Joseph's practical magic candle will be specially connected to our Beltane ritual. These candles are handmade with love and intention and dressed with lavender, rose, sage, and rosemary, and a honkin' chunk of tiger's eye, and they're charged under the light of the moon.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to connect with the energy of the season and experience the magic of Joseph's candles. Join us for our Beltane ritual, written by Joseph of Grounded by the Moon and hosted by us, the Stinas, exclusively on our Patreon at patreon.com/Magnolia Street Podcast on May 1st.
Our group spell will be available via pre-recorded video to our $8 audiovisual tier, and a written version will be available to our community members through our $5 tier. But Joseph's special candle offer will be available to everyone listening.
Visit his site, groundedbythemoon.com, and use the coupon code PRACTICALBELTANE for 10% off your candle at checkout. Available now through May 1st. Because after Beltane, that shit's gone.
So go ahead to groundedbythemoon.com and get your Beltane candle today. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to do our card pull. It's not really a pull this time. Joseph has included a grimoire or book of shadows card.
The keyword on this card is lineage and roots, and also ancestors. So it says you have all that you need. It has all been passed down to you from your ancestors. Tap into your lineage. Get in touch with your roots. Know that you have the power. Feel it inside your bones. You are a descendant of magic. Tap into the deeper connections at your core. There is great knowledge to be gained by honoring and connecting with your ancestors. Use the power of a black candle, a piece of paper, small empty bowl, this card, and an object to better connect to their energies, like a skull, a feather, liquor, etc. Write the affirmation on the paper, place the objects, and visualize your connections and honor your ancestors. When ready, light the candle, speak the affirmation, and burn the paper. And the mantra on this card is, the power resides deep within me.
Wow.
So this card is all about just using the power that you have within you and connecting with your ancestors on that deeper level, even though we never knew them in this life. It's just a deep-seated root that you have to your direct lineage to your past.
Absolutely. I think having your ancestors, even if they're not like distant 17th century ancestors, having their handwriting is so important, at least to me, like really important to me. I love keeping cards from people or finding old notes. My newest tattoo that I've gotten is my grandfather's handwriting in Croatian from a letter he sent me. That is it's like a fingerprint.
That's beautiful.
It's so personal to them. You know what I mean?
My father has a letter, I think, that my grandfather wrote to my grandmother, or maybe the other way around. I don't remember, but I just know that it's framed and it's sitting on the piano in my parents' house, and it's just a
Wow.
beautiful letter, and it's in Sicilian. So
Aw,
it's beautiful.
very special.
But I completely agree that like having some kind of like handwriting or some kind of heirloom or something directly related to them.
It's something that they've touched. Like a picture is one thing. They had to sit, especially back in the day, developing a photo took so long, but it's something that their energy would put into, you know. I think it's really beautiful.
Yeah, so that was one of the cards from the Inner Witch Oracle by Grounded by the Moon. And if you guys have been following along with us on our Instagram, you saw that Joseph was so kind to send us a nice little goodie box of his new tarot deck and some goodies from his Kickstarter page. And we're just so happy to be starting up this new little creative partnership.
I think we're sponsored. Like,
Are we sponsored now
is
officially?
we're sponsored? I think we're sponsored because y'all we have for you
A coupon code.
Yeah, dude.
So the coupon code, if you go to groundedbythemoon.com and you check out with the coupon code Magnolia Magic.
Yes, MAGNOLIA
Yes, Magnolia Magic. Check out with that coupon code on groundedbythemoon.com and you will get 10% off your entire order.
Yeah, 10%.
10% off.
Joseph's site is loaded off your full order.
Dude, he's got
Damn.
some treats on there. Not only does he have his beautiful oracle and tarot decks, he also has spell candles. He has pins. He has beautiful stuff on his
Divination
website.
tools, decks,
Mhm.
apothecary sprays, and oils, teas, soaps, ritual candles, spellwork accessories.
There you go. So go head on over to groundedbythemoon.com, get yourself some spellwork accessories, get yourself one of those beautiful tarot decks and the oracle deck that we read from on every episode of the show since the very beginning. And now look, we're sponsored.
And use Magnolia Magic at your checkout to get your 10% off and tell them the Stinas sent you, I guess.
Yeah, the Stinas sent you. It's like, hey, tell them Large Marge sent you.
Large Marge.
Large Marge. All right. So yeah, thank you, Joseph, for hooking us up and hooking our listeners up with an awesome coupon code. And hopefully you guys can get yourself some Prac Mag swag.
Prac Mag swag. That's hard to say.
Prac Mag swag. There you go. So
all right. So are we ready for our interview?
I think we're ready.
I have been dying to talk to Isis for years. So this is a dream. So everybody sit back. We're going to insert that sparkle noise and hang on to your tits because we're going to get to talk to Isis.
Hang on to your tits.
Hi, Isis. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me.
Wow. Yeah, it's been a couple of years. And this project between Justina and I is like so brand new to us, but just the fact that you have had like a creative hand for such a long time, where it's like we have to talk to her if she'll have us. So
thank you. You're like the first people that actually have asked to interview me ever. And it's weird because there's a little backstory about what's been going on. I legally changed my name. I am now officially Isis Diana Chandler Burke, and I felt like my old name was like a curse. Because like my mom, I came from an incredibly abusive, screwed up family with bad childhood. But I feel like the name my mom gave me was like a curse that was holding me back because she went through her life with the attitude that nothing is possible. So I legally changed my name. I literally like got the social security card with like the new name on it. And then like I got an email from you guys saying you wanted to interview me.
Wow.
Energies are aligning, like things are like lining up. So that was really cool. So the timing of it was really profound for me. So
that's amazing. Well, congrats on legally changing your name, first of all. Second of all, me and Christina always laugh about, well, not laugh, but like, it's just so funny how like we started this thing and we didn't expect it to kind of snowball so fast into what it is becoming. Mm-hmm. And it's just amazing that the people who we have been able to pull into our orbit and just create this like amazing little community. And we're just excited to start attracting the people who like we're vibing with, who just love this movie and the story. And so yeah, it's an amazing thing to just have all these people want to talk about it as much as we do.
Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, it's like I've always noticed that whenever frequency I'm on, that's what I expect. If I'm like really excited and feeling hopeful and like you're working on something that you love, like the right people come.
100%.
It's cool the way you guys like combine your creative talents. Like Justine, I know you did the music,
Yeah.
and Christina, you do the picture, the house, and so it's cool the way you guys just like combined your creative energy into this massive project.
We were just talking about this like two recordings ago, that like everybody we talk to or that is coming into our circle or that just loves practical magic in some way has this crazy creative energy. Some like it's in our like innate spirit as like pagans or witches, or even women, to like want to create something and like share it.
So yeah, practical magic. If you guys just want to hear like my history with it,
Please.
I remember when it came out. I remember I saw the commercials on it for TV, and I was really into the craft at the time. Like the craft came out, and I was a little bit older than the girls in the movie. I just graduated, or was about to graduate from high school when that came out, but I was like, yeah. And I was really into the craft, and when practical magic came out, it was weird because like I remember my first reaction to it was kind of like not positive. It was just kind of like, that looks so accurate. I'm a little worried that like muggles are gonna like watch that and like get freaked out about us, and it'll lead to like more discrimination, because it seemed like, and it is today, it was like, I don't think there is as good representation of witches as practical magic. I mean, when it comes to witches in movies and TV shows, there's usually like they're from another world, or like Witches of East End, or like they are always fighting demons, like in Charmed, and Sparkle had a little bit about that. But like practical magic, of course, the magic is sensationalized, but it's like in terms of like actual working with the magic and the herbs and putting your energy into the items that you're working with, and it just felt like the best representation I've ever seen. And so I didn't see it in the theater. I remember I saw it, home video at the time. That's how old I am. We had VHS, Be Kind, Rewind. So I rented it and I watched it, and I just absolutely loved it. I was like, I remember the first time I put it on, I was like, I want that hair, and I want that book, and I want that house. My husband and I reviewed it on our YouTube channel, and he said something. He's like, the first time you watch practical magic, if you're a pagan or a Wiccan or a witch, you put it on and you just like, it's like walking into a store and like you want to buy everything there. It's like you walk into a store and you're like, oh, this is me.
Yes.
That was so good on me. That was like, I would shop here for the rest of my life. Like everything you see in that movie, you feel like you want it. So I grew my hair really long and I built the book. And if I had any construction skills, I would build the house.
Yeah, Christina has done a beautiful job doing the whole virtual world about it.
That's all I can do. But I was gonna say, you do have the hair, you do have the book, and you're totally right about like, oh man, are Muggle people gonna see this and then like want that lifestyle? You know what I mean? And not really honor it. But you're totally right. Justina and I talk about how we're not sure if you've read the other books in this series, but that very first book and even the movie like encapsulate real life, like a real life witch, like in every day to day. Like we're not doing the crazy Witches of East End or Charmed stuff. It's normal everyday stuff, and that magic just happened to like fall onto them. You know what I mean? As far as like the curse, they didn't have a choice. But they weren't looking to save the world. They were just looking to take care of each other, you know, as a family, which I thought was beautiful.
Yeah, I just loved it so much. When like me and my husband officially became a couple, I was like, you have to watch this movie with me now, because we met at a pagan meetup, and he watched it and he fell in love with it. And when we got married, I walked down the aisle to Crystal by Stevie Nicks.
Me too.
Oh really?
Yeah, and the Almas Veritas theme, I had a harp and a cello duo play an instrumental of it. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
So I found little ways to incorporate it as well. It's so beautiful. Yeah.
Can we introduce you real quick?
I'm just trying to get right into the content, but yeah, you're right, Christina.
Yeah.
All right, Christina, do please do the honors and introduce Isis for us.
Today we get to sit down with the Isis Chandler of Pagan Scrapbook Supply. And I have been following Isis for many years now, and it's a dream and an honor to get to talk to her today. And she is the keeper, the goddess of the Owens Grimoire in the modern world as we know it. And she is here with us today to tell us all about her process and the history she has with the film and the books. So Isis, thank you for joining us. We're happy to have you. So if you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, and of course your art background and your big three, your top three astrological signs, so we can get to know you a little bit that way too.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if I want to say anything now after that introduction. Really, anything I say is like not going to live up to that intro. But thank you for having me. You asked about my art background. I mean, I was drawing from the time I could hold a pencil. I always, as a kid, I've always, no offense to anyone who lives here, but I've always hated this planet. I've always like wanted to live on another one. And so when I was a little kid, I would just like get addicted to movies and TV shows. And so I would draw things inspired my movies and TV shows, like put my own spin on it. Like, I think this should have happened in this movie, or I think this should have happened in this movie. I remember my heroes when I was a little girl. I was Nadia Comaneci, so I drew her like doing all of her gymnastics routines, and I drew her on top of the Olympic podium. I would draw scenes from Neverending Story. It was a big movie for me when I was a kid, Dark Crystal. And so, I mean, I just always loved to draw. I mean, I took art classes all throughout high school. Every semester I enrolled for like an art class. I took a lot of drawing classes and perspective classes in high school. And then in college, I took color theory and, you know, all the basics of everything. I was in a graphic design program at one time, which was an absolute horror, and I dropped out of it. But it did teach me the basics of, you know, Adobe Illustrator and InDesign and Photoshop, you know, the holy grail of digital art. And I dropped out of the program. I was like, I've learned what I need. I don't need any more, because it was an absolute horrible program, and they weren't really teaching anything. So I got what I needed out of it. I left, but I did use the software, the foundations of the software, to put the Practical Magic book together. It started kind of like, I saw people's books of it on Etsy. People had the bound books of it. There was a lot of versions of it on Etsy, but they were all blank. And then I was like, I could buy one of those, but like if I buy one and like if the pages are bound, if I draw one and I don't like it, I'm gonna have to rip it up. So I'm like, no, I'm gonna do this digitally. And so what I did is I started with like the basic easy pages, which were just like the little bit of font. And then like they used a lot of public domain alchemy photos. So like I went online and I searched all of those, all the lithographs and everything. They used them because they were in the public domain. So like, yay, they're in the public domain, I can use them too. But I would put it together, and then I would get like obsessive about it to the point where I would drive myself crazy. I'd be like, okay, it's not the exact same font that they had in the movie. Close enough. I'm going to bed. It's 4 a.m. I can't do this. And then I try to go to bed, and it would be like, it's not the same font. It's not the same font.
It's the only thing you're thinking about.
Yeah.
Oh
and so then what I would do is I get up the next day and I take a screenshot of the you know, the page with the clearest font I could find, and then I zoom in, and then I clean it up, and then I put it into 12 font identification softwares online until I found one, and then I found the exact fonts. And so it was just kind of like that. Like I started the pages because they were part of like the page sets that you could buy at my store. And then I just kept working on them. And it took about 2.5 to 3 years to fully get all the pages to the point where I felt like I was happy. And I did a lot of digital layering. Like some people have asked me, like, would you sell the original pages? And I'm like, I did them in layers and then layered them digitally in Photoshop and InDesign. And so it was like just like a section of this John on some tracing paper. So a lot of the art was digital. Some of the portraits, like Maria's portrait, was a full portrait. But again, I didn't make them with the intention of like, oh, I'll sell the originals. I did them like, I would do them like, you know, just on a letter-sized piece of paper so I could scan it. If I was doing it like an original, I would do it on a bigger paper, you know. So a lot of it was digital. So I scanned it all in. Somebody asked if I could buy the Owens house drawing that I did, and I was like, I kind of did it on tracing paper, so I could like see like the original house behind it to get the proportions. I'm like, this was not meant to be. And I used charcoal on tracing paper because charcoal is my medium. I'm like, that would not, like, this was meant to be a scanned illustration. And she was like, oh. So she really wanted to buy it. So I think I might do the Owens house again, but on a really good, thick, large, you know, good piece of art paper. That's basically, you know, the history of the book. People want to know if they can buy them, and I know a lot of people want them. And when I was designing the book and designing all the pages, and especially designing the house for the book, I was like so enthralled. My creative energy was like bouncing all over the place. I was like so happy. And then after I started making them, it was like one after the next, after the next, after the next. And it started to feel more like an assembly line, like I was working in a factory. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. So I closed my store, and it was not just the practical magic book, it was all the pages. I'm like, it's like making the same exact thing again and again and again. It just becomes like, it loses anything creative. And so when I make one, I don't want to be like, I don't want my customer to get a book with the energy of like, oh God, I can't stand doing this. You want the energy to be like excited. So I sell them every now and then.
Yeah, I did have a question. So when you were selling the replicas, were you just like scanning in the pages of the original replica you made, or were you actually relayering everything and just redrawing everything again and again? Or how are you doing the replicas that it became so like, I guess,
monotonous?
Yeah.
I mean, everything, because it's a replica, everything was printed.
Okay.
So like I said, because most of the art was done digitally, it only exists in a digital format. So yeah, I would I print them, and I would go through inkjet cartridges like crazy. When I was done printing, I put the stack of paper together, and it was this thick, because when I print, I use parchment paper for the pages, and then I use also parchment paper to print a lot of the images that I cut up. And then I use newsprint paper for newspaper clippings, so it looks like actual newspaper. And then I use copper parchment paper, cardstock, photo paper, because a lot of it looks like old photographs that were cut up. And then at a time for the paintings, I was putting actual textured. You can get paper to paint oil colors that has the gesso already on it. It's got the layering, so you can paint. So the oil paint, it can go on a flat sheet of paper, so you don't have to stretch a canvas.
Oh, wow.
So you can get that. So I got that, and I tried putting it in my printer so it would look like the paintings were actually painted, but this paper was like tearing up my printer. So I stopped doing that. So yeah, everything when I reproduce is printed. None of it is hand drawn when you buy the book, because
But they're still layered, right? They're still layered in the replicas, though. It's just reprinted on the different layers.
Yeah.
So for context, for those of you listening who are new to like Isis, please check out Isis's Instagram. These pages are, she's not just printing out the page. All of that scrapbook style that you see in the Owens book, those are individually printed. It sounds like in either paper clipped in or pasted in, so that they're removable. You can like see behind them. It's like
they're really interactive, right?
So
interactive.
Yeah, it's like a little pop-up book.
It's cute.
Yeah, there was, and actually it was inspired a little bit. I don't remember the name, but there was I actually have it on my shelf, and I should have taken it. But there's this book that my husband got for me at Barnes and Noble, that you open it up and it's all about how to make a magic wand. And a lot of it is, it's kind of like Harry Potter style. There's nothing real in it, but it's so cute. It has all these like compartments that you can like lift up and things you can flip and move around. And so I wanted the practical magic book to be like that. Now, if you look at the pages in the movie, what they would do is they would open the book, and then they would put all the three-dimensional stuff on it. And then if they were only shooting that one page, only the three-dimensional stuff would be on that page. Because when you put a lot of stuff in a book, it kind of like lays like a big fan when you're trying to close it. And so I think when they made the movie, they would just like open it up, like the banishing spell page and the bird page, and then the bringing Jimmy back to life page. The book is just open, and they have all these three-dimensional objects on it, but you don't see other three-dimensional things sticking out of the pages. And so I think what they would do when they would shoot to make the whole thing look like it was collage, they would just collage the one page that was open. And so I wanted the book that my customers would buy to have like every page collage. So to expand the spine, what I do is I take the sheet of paper and I glue down a thick strip of cardstock or cardboard stock. I have like three. I have like thin, thick, and extra thick, and I glue it just to the spine. And then when I glue bind it together, it kind of like the spine looks like it kind of comes up and out. And then I put the glue over this like dome. But then once the glue is set, then the book is together, and then I start laying all the collage elements on it. That way every page can always be collaged and it'll still lay flat. lot. So
Wow.
That's
it's
so
a long
amazing.
process.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the spine is going to be wider than the book
Mhm.
pages in order for it to be able to open like that. That is such a good
Mhm.
point. And I love I bought for those listening, I bought the extendable adjustable book
Mhm.
for that specific reason, because I wanted that scrapbook style, but they don't tell you that stuff shifts
Yeah.
around if it's not
Yeah.
pasted down.
Sneaky.
I
But
know.
that style and seeing how you did it was so influential and like inspiring that's how I use it in my book. Even as far as, we'll get to a question later about the family tree, and I included one too that like opens and folds out, and I'm like, this is
Yeah.
the coolest thing. Isis is so freaking smart.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so it was, and just if you have an adjustable book, what you can do is take a piece of like a book board or poster board and cut it into thin strips and then put 3 holes in it and then put that in between the adjustable pages of and that will make the spine thicker, and then you can layer stuff on top of like the adjustable pages. So I made those, and when I sell the adjustable pages, I put them in because I know witches love to be all artsy and do collage pages and layer stuff on, but then you close the book and it's like,
Yeah, for
closed.
sure.
So yeah, you have to make the spine thicker for the book to close.
Yeah. I was telling Christina before, I have just like a random like old book that I got at the public library. They have like a bin of like old free books that they're just trying to get rid of. I repurposed one of those, and like I started collaging and I only did a few pages so far, but I'm sure like once I get further in and I have those 3-dimensional elements in there, it's gonna be really, really thick. I might not be able to close it anymore. So will I be able to incorporate a binding system like that with an already bound book, or is that something that I would have to do like fresh when creating a new book?
With bound books, they're the hardest to work with because you can't move anything around. But a solution is if you can rip out some pages. So like if you have a page that you want to heavily collage, what you can do is rip out about 5 to 10 pages ahead of it. So, and then put all the stuff down, and then the pages that you rip out will make about that much room, extra room in the spine. And then, so rip out about 10 pages and then do the collage work, and that'll provide a little bit of space for the extra elements so the cover can close.
Cool. Thanks. Good to know.
It seems like your pages, everything from like the collage, for everything from like bird feathers to like string, and like, what was there anything you didn't use or something you included that you were like, never thought I'd be putting that in a spell book kind of thing for this replica grimoire?
I mean, the book from the movie itself just really gave me a lot of ideas. Like, there's so many pages where they have so many things glued down that like I would never have thought to put that in a book of shadows. Like, not just like the 3-dimensional stuff, but it looks like they used a lot of stamps. Like they would dip it into red ink and then stamp down the pages. I didn't get any stamps. What I did is of course, digital. I got a bunch of stamps digitally and then added it down to make it look like that. So yeah, the movie itself just inspired a lot of things. Like, oh, that looks really cool. I never would have thought to do that. So whoever designed the original spell book, and I think there were several different artists who worked on that. I mean, kudos, because it was amazing. They would like tear paper, like rip paper so it had a jagged edge, and then layer, and then use that kind of like a border for the picture, like and then they would put a smaller picture, and then like the rip tear would be around the picture, is kind of like framing it like a frame, a matte in a frame photo. So yeah, they would do a lot of border stuff like that. But it's just very, I don't know. I just, I love the style of the Practical Magic book because it looks like so many different artists worked on it throughout the years. You know what I mean? It doesn't look like, I mean, Charmed fans will hate me for saying this, but if you compare the Practical Magic book to the Charmed book, and I'm probably going to get like hate, if you want to leave this in, but the Charm book looks so comic booky to me. Like the style that they did, it just looks like the way it's drawn. Every page looks like it was made by the same artist, or maybe 2 or 3 artists in the family. It's very colorful. They use very bright, colorful letters. I mean, if you love the Charm book, it doesn't have that like rustic, gritty, organic feel that the Practical Magic book has, and like the Practical Magic book just like begs to be touched. You know what I mean?
Oh, so tactile. Yeah, absolutely.
I was gonna say that the Charm book had a WB budget. So so it's all good.
But I feel
Yeah.
like if anybody has room to talk, because you recreated the charm book and the Secret Circle, is that right?
I recreated the Secret Circle books, and I love those. Those are kind of like number two. If I was gonna rate all of like the charm spell books or movies, it would be Practical Magic number one, Secret Circle number two. The Practical Magic book, it's definitely like the crown gem king jewel mama of all spell books, in my opinion. But it was so huge. And I never reproduced mine in the same gigantic style that the book from the movie. The book from the movie was so big. I didn't recreate it that big because like I was like, I can't even like open the one that's made with like, the letter size paper. If I open the whole thing, it takes up my entire table. I was like, I wouldn't have room or space to open it. I would have to charge about $500 more just for like getting the printer that could print that big.
Right.
But so I love it. My only criticism is I think they made it kind of ridiculously big. If you don't have a house the size of the Owens house with that huge table that they had in their kitchen, like
You're doing your spell work on the floor.
Yeah, like no witch would have like where on earth would you put this next to your altar?
That was one of my questions on here was like if the plan were set and you would take that under your wing again to make a full size one. I would find that hard to like sell. I feel like I'm keeping this. This is you would probably put your blood, sweat, and tears into that, but would you ever make a full size one?
I've thought about it before. I would have to go back into the book that I have digitally and just resize everything to fit on the big paper. It would also be a pain because I think I can get the paper as wide enough, but as long enough, it would print on longer sheets. And so then I would have to slice each page.
Wow.
So, and then, expanding the spine, it would be harder to get like longer strips. So it would just be like everything about it would be longer and harder. And I think I'd have to wait until I moved into a house because the workspace that I have, it would be really hard to like have a surface big enough to
assemble everything.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Yeah.
I think I need like a full like workroom.
So yours are 8.5 by 11. How big do you think a single page on like that original book?
Yeah, what were the dimensions for that? Do you know the dimension?
Oh, one time I could look it up. I think it was, about, I'd say, I mean, a normal page is 8.5 wide. I think it was like, but I think it's at least 12 feet wide, and then it would be
crap.
Like I think the paper like is like 18 to 20, and then I would have to.
Oh my God! So just the book itself being opened is 2 feet.
Whoa!
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah. Like when I make it now, I have a long table that I open in my workroom, and when I put the leather on, I never use real leather because first of all, it's really expensive and it's hard to get it. You need one piece big enough to go around the whole book. It's hard to find leather in particular colors too. It's like the colors always vary, so it's hard to standardize it. So I always use vinyl because it comes in a roll. I know exactly how much I'm getting. I can always standardize the color. I can, it comes in a perfect roll and the corners are perfectly square so I can line them up. So yeah, it's like I would have to charge so much more if I use leather because you can't, there's no section where you can like piece it together. The whole book is like a G shape and the leather has to go over the entire shape.
Right.
So before you kind of like touched a little bit on the resources that you had as kind of like a basis for what you recreated with your book. So I guess would you be able to share some of those resources with us? And you said they have some websites, so are you able to share those as well? Are they still up?
Sure. Yeah. What I used basically to get inspiration and to recreate the pages as best I could was, the movie. I went in the movie and I got a software where you could screenshot each picture. So when the scene where Sally shows up, she's like, "Bring him back! I know, I found it with Mommy and Daddy," and she's flipping through the pages. I was like hitting the button like to capture each. It was like freeze. It was like rapid hitting and I think I did it like 10 times. And then the scene when they're bringing Jimmy back to life, I screenshot that, and then the scene with the bird and the banishing flower, and then the lighthouse page where Jillian is practicing. Little Jillian is trying to blow on the candle and she can't, and the crazy woman comes to the door. Basically, I just took pictures and I used as best I could whatever I could see. I got some complaints from like grumpy people who were like really mad that all the text in the book that I created wasn't 100% accurate to the movie.
The hell?
And I was like, I was like, well, if you can invent some scientific technology that can zoom into a Blu-ray to the point where you can take a completely
Yeah.
low resolution video and
Ooh.
make it completely high resolution. When you invent that, you let me know, and I will be happy to go in and look at the pictures. And
Totally.
it's a blur, especially when
Yeah.
they're flipping really fast. It's a total blur, so you
Yeah.
can't see. So I had to, I used as much as I could from what we could all see, what was humanly possible to see. So I used that, and then the woman. There's two versions of the book. One that a woman bought, and that her blog. I can't remember the name. October Farm.
He bought the actual movie replica off eBay?
She did, yeah.
Wow.
After the movie ended, she bought it on eBay in an auction, as far as I know. But I did contact her, and I was like, look, if she lives pretty close to me too. She's somewhere in New England, I think. I was like, if you were interested in a collaboration, I told her about my store and my YouTube channel. And I said, if you let me see the book, I will make you a replica version for free. And she never got back to me. So I can only use whatever picture she had on her blog. The other book is on a Warner Brothers lot, and they brought it back a couple of Halloweens ago when they put it on display. It was in California, and I was on the East Coast at the time, so of course I couldn't go see it. And I think going to the lot might have been kind of a waste of time, because usually things like that, they go on display, and then you go and it's like a museum. It's behind glass.
Behind glass, right? Yeah.
You can't look at it anyway. But they put a couple of pictures, and it was weird because I was finalizing the book, and then that week I got a message that Warner Brothers was doing that. And here's a picture. I was like, oh God, I was almost done.
Oh my God. That's
I was
awesome.
like, I have to use these now, because I just have to. So yeah, that was it. Those were like the three resources. So a lot of the pages that I recreated, I was able to recreate the style, but I couldn't recreate all the pages, because unfortunately not all of them have ever been seen by anyone who is, unless you own one of the original books or worked on the movie,
Yeah. Oh, quick question. So you said there was also a graphic designer, right,
Mhm.
that you had been in touch with that worked on the movie?
Yes. Okay. My ex-business partner was kind of irresponsible, and she would take things that were copyrighted and put them in her books and sell them. And so she got a hold of them, and she's like, let's list things for sale, because we can use them, it's fine. I checked, and so I listed the exact original Practical Magic pages from the book, and then I got an email from the guy who worked on them from the movie, and he was grumpy. He's like, neither you nor I or anyone is allowed to sell the originals. He's like, you can recreate your own versions, but you can't do the originals. I was like,
Wow.
I'm so sorry. And so I took those down. I used them as inspiration. He got a lot of things wrong. Anyway, he got a lot of magical properties of herbs. I back checked it against Scott Cunningham. I was like, you didn't even put this in correctly, so I don't feel bad.
Wait, so this guy's pages were actually in the book and the film, and he just had wrong correspondences and wrong.
Yep.
Which pages were they? Do you remember?
I don't remember. I can email them to you afterwards.
Okay.
I'll share them with you. I'll give them to you guys. I don't remember specifically which pages they were.
And do you remember his website? Can we visit his site? Does he still have them up?
I will check, and I will let you know.
All right, cool. Yeah.
But I will let you guys know all of that stuff.
Nice. Cool.
You guys did ask before we went to break about the other books that I created. I did. I was going to do the charm book, but I didn't, because that was next on the list. But by the time it was time to make that, I was so burnt out, and Pagan Scrapbook Supply I felt like was coming to an end. And there were so many versions of the charm book already online. And like I said, that one just did not speak to me the same way the other ones did. And so I never got around to making a charm book with actual magic, real way paganism in it. Also, the charm book had so many demons in it that I was finding a hard time to make that. I also think having a book of shadows with all enemies that you have to somehow defeat will just bring more enemies into your life.
Yeah, you don't want that in your house.
Yeah, so I was not vibing with this at all. But the Secret Circle books I did reproduce, and I do love them, and I sell them from time to time. And actually, this is an interesting story. Last October, I listed one for sale, and on my Instagram I tagged all the actors who worked in the show, and Thomas Dekker saw it. and he commented about how cool it looked.
Yeah.
And it was so cool because like it was the beginning, it was like October 1st, and me and my husband watch movies in October to like get ready for Halloween. And it always starts with E.T. That's like my first Halloween movie. So I put the E.T. disc on and I plug the DVD in, and my husband goes out to check the mail, and I hit play, and like not on the movie but on in the menu, but the inspirational E.T. music comes on, and I'm waiting for him to come back to it. I check Instagram, so I have this like sweeping E.T.
Background music.
In the background, yeah.
That's so epic. Oh my god, it's amazing. Yeah. That's how me and Christina felt when Alice Hoffman followed us back on Instagram.
Oh, she did. Oh God, that's awesome.
We were like a little teary-eyed. We were like, is this real life? It's a little crazy.
Yeah, and then Christina made a whole Instagram story with the Amos Veritas music in the background, and I was watching it, and I kind of had that moment, like the music in the background, and seeing that Alice back was like, oh, is this really happening? What's going on?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Congratulations, guys. That's impressive.
I wanted to ask real quick because I'm gonna forget. You had said that when you started doing the replica pages for the Practical Magic series, they were kind of already what you had going on for your other set pages. So when you were making those other set pages, were you taking inspiration from the movie already, or was that like your like how you naturally, I guess, worked your magic, or wanted to have your personal grimoire look already?
Well, it was all pretty much, I mean, it was all like the same project, that kind of grew into like the big book at the end. I started doing the most well-known ones from the movie so I could sell them as adjustable page sets for the adjustable books. And it just slowly grew as I grew more and more. I was like, am I going to have enough? Am I going to have enough to make the book? Because the book was big. And I was like, am I going to have enough? So it was like one big long project that eventually grew into the book. And so I actually put too much into the book, and it was too thick with the first prototype because I didn't factor in how thick it would get with all the collage and how many, so it was like this. And I was like, I got to shrink this down. So yeah, when I think about it, it was all just like one long project where like, when I think about the first page sets that I made, like I thought they were good, but like, and now I think they absolutely stink. Because like I didn't have the right font, it wasn't perfect enough, it just like the more you work on something, I'm happy with it now. I feel like every page in the book is like I'm happy with each one.
Since you created it digitally, were there elements, since you said you weren't happy with some of the initial designs, were you able to go back and like refresh any of those things and update new versions that you were more happy with?
Yeah, like I changed all the fonts so they match the fonts from the movie. It's Texas Hero, just so you know. That is the script that they used for most of the handwriting on the pages.
Oh, cool.
Texas Hero. Yep, that's the font. And it looks a lot like actual handwriting. No font is going to look exactly like it.
Right.
A little bit too perfect on the tops and the bottom. It's a little bit too straight. But that one is the closest. And then some of the they used a lot of public domain lithographs and prints, and sometimes I couldn't find them, and I would do Google search. And my business partner Jay, he has got like a massive memory for like creative details, so he was like, "No, that's the Noah's Ark. How do you not know that?" Like, because I wasn't brought up Christian, and I don't know anything about the story, and this is like.
So they use some I guess Catholic Christian imagery in some of the book pages?
A little bit. Well, I mean, it's like almost impossible to find like public domain pagan imagery. I mean, when I did like I did all the Yule and like Lammas, all the Sabbath pages, it's like almost everything, all pagan artwork is copyrighted. It's all new. It's really less, and then a lot of ancient artwork is hard to find. Like ancient Greek pottery art has some like pagan gods on it, but it's hard to find unless you use some Renaissance paintings. Have some like in the Renaissance they like found everything from ancient Greece and Rome and went, oh wow, these guys are amazing. Let's resurface all this. And so a lot of gods and goddesses from the ancient world are in a lot of Renaissance paintings. And then there's the Magic Circle by John Williams Waterhouse, which is like one of my favorite artists and my favorite paintings, but it's really, really hard.
I love him.
But it's hard to find, it's hard to find. And, I'm really against taking somebody else's art and putting it in a book. And so that's why I have to draw a lot of it. So when they made the practical magic book, the only one I know is there's the Noah's Ark flood is in one of the pages in the back of the book, but that's the only one I could think of. But that's the one, the one biblical image was the one I couldn't find. My business partner Jay knew what it was, and he found it, and he's like, "It's this." He's like, "How do you not know?" And I'm like, "Because I just did it."
You know what? As much as we want to do things on our own and have them be our like babies, somehow the universe shows us like, just ask for help, just partner up with somebody, just asks, and that's I totally feel that.
But I guess that's a good time to segue into you mentioned some pages in the back of the book. So on your YouTube channel, you have a small series, like 3 videos of the book and like, your inspiration and how you made it.
Mhm.
So you mentioned that you divided the book up into sections, just how they have it set up in the movie, but rather than have the dark spells, you've instead dedicated that section for advanced witches. So can you tell us a little bit about your reasoning behind that and what kind of advanced spells can we expect instead?
Okay. Well, the reason I did it that way is because I'm really against putting dark magic out into the world. I knew a girl who was putting all these dark spells in her grimoires, and oh my god, like every bad thing came back to her. She like fell down the stairs at work and like got hurt, and then she got fired after they did that. Like, nice employer. Her husband died of a heart attack a week later. It was just like the worst things happened.
Oh my goodness.
One thing after the next, and I kept warning her. I'm like, stop writing dark magic. Because you're like putting dark out, even if you're not casting, you're encouraging other people to do this.
Yeah.
She wouldn't listen to me. And so I am really against, for my own karma, writing dark magic and like putting it, like I would never write a spell. Like I love practical magic, but I hate the part when they kill the bird. You know what I mean?
Same.
I changed that to like a spell about getting your own freedom. I drew the cage open and I was like, wherever I go, I'll always be me. I'll always be free. So, I changed everything. A lot of people were mad that I changed it, but it's like, this is the difference between a movie and real life. You can't watch a movie if it doesn't have conflict. You need the conflict, You don't want that in your real life. So I'm always against cursing people. I always like tell people, I've had pagans get so mad at me and like scream at me and call me horrible things for putting any kind of limitation on their magic. Like, how dare you tell me what to do? If I wanted someone to tell me what to do, I would be a Christian. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just suggesting. I said, if you curse someone, like if you're like super mad at like your ex-boyfriend for cheating on you and you curse him for cheating and all you're thinking about is like, he cheated, cheating. And this is like playing in your head, like mental diarrhea. You're going to get somebody else who cheats on you because that's what you're focused on. And so I was like, I cannot put in the back of the book dark magic. And on another note, the dark magic in the movie was like so sensationalized. I mean, we cannot bring people back from the dead, obviously.
Mhm.
There's things that they do in TV and movies that we don't have the magical spells for in real life.
Mhm.
And so I was like, if I make it all dark stuff, it's all dark stuff that's like not really obtainable in real life. Yeah, like I based it on the spells that were there. Like it's about bringing someone back from the dead in the movie. So in the book that I created, I made it a psychic spell to strengthen your mediumship powers so you can communicate with the dead. So I kept it in the vein of what they were doing in the movie, but I made it actual realistic spells that you could do. And so that was like ultimately the decision to do that. I've just seen people who sell dark magic have bad things come back to them, and I didn't want to put that out there. So
Right.
Well, people have to understand that you're an artist and like that's just your interpretation. If they want the real thing, they can make their own replica.
Yeah, they can do the 3 years of
Right.
research and development and layering.
So real quick, so going back to some of those pages, the page I noticed in your little montage in the YouTube video that you had, you created the page with the centipede balm. I was curious, did you have access to the actual page for that? And what is centipede balm?
No, I just had the screenshot.
Okay.
I recreated it. They had like grinding up centipedes.
Oh,
Gross me out.
yeah, that is pretty gross.
Yeah, I would never like say capture any living thing and then use its essence for your So no, I changed that to a spell about how to rid your house of pests.
I like that.
Yeah.
See, that's creative. I like how you were able to just like flip it to kind of represent something more positive. Because yeah, I would never kill a living thing for my own magical purposes. Like if I find something already dead, that's one thing. But to actually grind up centipedes for magic.
Yeah. Like I hate the bird spell.
I don't like bugs, but I would not kill them for the sole purpose of magic.
No, my God, no, I'm so bad. Like with my husband, I like scream, I'm like, buddy, he comes in with like the cup and then the piece of paper. If the spell causes like you to have to like kill something or drain something, I'm just like
drain something.
Yeah, like
wow.
Yeah, there was a website called Wiccan Together like 15 years ago. It was like just as Facebook was kind of coming out, and it fell apart because I guess other things like Facebook and Instagram took over. But people were like, "Oh, if you're going to shop for a familiar or adopt a familiar, what should you look for?" Other people were like, "Familiar is not always a pet. Sometimes you can like drain the animal's essence and take all of it for magical purposes, and that's a familiar." And I was like,
"Oh, what?"
I was like, that's disgusting. There's no need to ever do that. I cannot imagine wanting anything so badly in my life that I would like feel the need to like do that with magic. Crystals and herbs have so much magical energy, and they're like the gems are like always there. You don't have to like do something horrible. They're animate objects. They have a life force. Herbs are like when you take it, the plant that you took it from is still alive, or the seeds you can plant it and it can still grow. So it's like a continuation of the energy or a borrowing of the energy. But to like kill an animal for a spell, it's like, hell no. I don't even I use all cruelty-free beauty products. I would never.
When you get to our later episodes, we talk about the moral compass that the aunts tend to not have or lack thereof. Yeah. And also we have an episode on like the love potion as an idea or a trope. And we're like, I like to say like no good relationship starts out with a kidnapping, because that's basically what you're doing is not letting them have a choice, right?
I know.
So I totally get that. I wanted to ask about your banishing spell page, because in your video you say, because you changed that up a little bit also with something you incorporated in your own life or used in your own life. Do you feel comfortable sharing that story, or just like maybe how the aftermath of it? Because that to me is really interesting. We want to look into Nigelis, blessing seeds, it's the same thing. So we want to know if you use that, because you say that does have a banishing property.
Wait, Christina, real quick, are you referring to the spell where Jillian is trying to send Gary away?
Yes.
I think I may have changed the drawing of the flower. I kept the drawing the same, but I think I may have changed it to a peony, because I use peony for a lot of banishing spells. I don't remember the specific person that I used. I know there was someone, but I can't remember the exact details when I did the video. But with my childhood, when you're raised in an abusive home, it's just like you are on this magnet for like abuse is your normal, and people who are toxic and abusive seem really appealing at first. And so I have attracted so many psychos. So yeah, I have had to banish so many people. I have no idea how I met my husband. It's like, I have no idea. He is like the most amazing person. And like, we've been together since 2008, and I've never once had to like make an excuse for like his behavior or explain away his behavior to someone. So like, yeah, if you have a person in your life that you never have to explain their behavior to other people about why it should be acceptable, even though everyone knows that it was like so not acceptable. If you have a person you never have to excuse their behavior, that's a keeper. Yeah, but friends, because like my mother was so toxic with female friends, even after I met my husband, I was like, oh, I'm on a good wavelength now. Yeah, oh, great people. It was like the female energy, because my mom was like, I pretty much raised myself. Okay, my mom was like, I'm going to work. Make your own. By the time I was 9 years old, I was raising myself. And so that's one of the reasons why I decided I don't want kids. I already raised one, and it was tiring and it was exhausting. But I talked about this on my YouTube channel. Like, if you still have people in your life that you're excusing their behavior, you have all these enablers around that are telling you why the abuse wasn't that bad, making excuses for a psychopath, a sociopath, a narcissist, a borderline, whatever it is. it's like that was my experience, and I would get like the most toxic people. So yes, I have banished many people in my life. So peony, when I did that spell, I was like, oh man, this page is resonating with me. Like this page like represents my life. I actually banished my entire biological family. It's been so good since I got rid of all of them. But yeah, I used peony to get rid of all of them. So yeah, I love the peony flower. So I may have changed it to peony. Yeah, I kept that a banishing spell, but I did a warning. Like if you do this on somebody, if you like banish someone, like if you have a toxic person at your job or a toxic neighbor who's like driving you crazy and you banish them, it's like be prepared. If you make someone leave and they might have like some karmic lesson or some reason that they're at this job or in this apartment or around these people, and you force them to leave, it might delay their growth, and then it might make you have to like move. Like you might have the inconvenience of a move coming up yourself if you choose to do that to someone. So like that's like the threefold return coming back. If you banish someone and like push them out of something that, before they learn their lesson, there might be some threefold return with that. So just a warning.
Do you think that there's any difference between like a banishing and a cord cutting? Would you say that they're kind of interchangeable, or is like a banishing like this is what I need now?
Well, a cord cutting is like someone that you have like a deep, history with. Like if you've been in a marriage and you feel like you have a past life connection to this person you're married to, or you feel like there's a real deep. A cord cutting is like only necessary when it's like a profound long-term relationship. If it's a noisy neighbor and you've never really had much to that banishing is fine.
Got it.
I have done one banishing spell in my life and it worked.
Did you?
Oh, good.
Yeah. I think I might have either found it in a book or I might have made it up. I don't know. I was a kid. Like this was during my like peak, like the craft obsession phase. And I was just like, we had a neighbor that kept calling the cops on us as kids. And like, we're just kids playing in the street. And this asshole just calls the cops on like 8-year-olds. Like what? So I did a banishing spell and they put their house up for sale like a couple months later. They moved.
Whoa, that's big.
I don't know. Maybe it was me that did it. Maybe it wasn't.
Wait,
I don't know.
You were 8 years old when you cast that?
Well, I was young. I was probably like, I don't know, no older than 13.
Oh, okay. Oh, so they'd been annoying you for several years. They had to go.
Oh yeah, they needed to go and they went. And the neighborhood was bliss after that.
Oh, well, I want to ask what, like with peony for you, what does that hold as far as like your banishing? Is that something personal, or was it something you found through study that those two are like connected for you?
It was just Scott Cunningham's book, banishing herbs. I mean, sometimes you have to use what you have, you know what I mean? So there was a store in Salem that was selling a bunch of like herbs, like hanging dried herbs that kind of looked like the Witches of East End House. And I went in and I loved the way it looked. So I bought a bunch of them and I bought peony. And then I found the store that they got their supplies, and I started ordering from the store online because it was cheaper.
Nice.
And so I had the peony and I looked into Cunningham's book and I was like, okay, I have this today. You got to use what you have. And it worked really well. And so that's kind of how I developed like, okay, this herb works really well for this. Magic is really trial and error. You find something and then maybe you don't have that. You have something else and you go, oh, this one worked even better. So peony has never failed me when I'm trying to get rid of something.
Wow, that's awesome. Well, so what are your favorite pages that you have created for the Practical Magic replica?
Well, I guess at the banishing spell page, I feel like because that's the one I kind of use in real life. I love the spell page when the whole book is open and the back section is open, because when the spell page when they're trying to bring Jimmy back to life, when the whole thing is open, the book just looks like so like important and powerful, because like just when the whole thing is open, like then they're scanning back and forth in the movie, like it just looks so impressive. Like the artistry of the book when open, it's just so impressive. I love the look of the bird page with like the actual feather, although I hate the spell. We already talked about that. Right. So yeah, those are pretty much my favorites. The book itself, like the artist, they did a lot of like crossing lines from like left corner to like bottom right to, top left, and like these X's on the base, like lines. Like it looks like they drew like lines to help them with the artwork. And that was just
Interesting.
a style.
Yeah,
And
I
so
noticed that.
when I recreated it, I did a lot of that. Like I did a lot of like candle magic pages that look a lot like I tried to copy it so it looks like the original artist from the movies made it. Like
You
I was
absolutely
Yeah,
nailed it.
Mhm.
It
Thank
is
you.
so impressive.
Yeah,
Thank
Christina, didn't
you.
you have a question on was it the resurrection spell when you said it was like in Latin, it just like repeated the same line?
Oh yeah, I don't know if I'm sure you did notice, but like where the frog is, I was
Mhm.
trying to so this is going to be a portion of our full episode, but we
Mhm.
want to go over kind of like what the pages look like, and I was trying to look at the resurrection spell, so the Latin, the
Mhm.
spiritus spiriturum, that had they just like repeated that over and over and over under the frog, like spirits, the power of the spirits. But did you change that? Do you know the section I'm talking about?
Mhm.
What did you end up putting in there?
I can't remember exactly. What I can tell you, it was so smudgy. Like we're supposed to say black as night when she's running her hand over it. The text is practically disappearing into the artwork behind it. It looks like it was
Exactly, yeah.
written with the pen. So they used a lot of Latin. What I did is I used Google Translate. I would like zoom in, and then I would type what they put into, and then a lot
Yes.
of it would come up like, didn't you mean this? And so some of the Latin that they put in, they would like leave out some letters or put in some letters. And so what I did is I would like take the letters that I want. I'd find the phrase that I wanted in English, and then I'd translate it using Google Translate, and then I'd find a Latin phrase that was almost letter for letter what they had originally. Sometimes I would change it a little bit to make it like Google Translate says that this is accurate. I'm going to trust Google Translate, and I would use whatever that they said that it was. So yeah, and then a lot of times, like spell books and TV shows and movies will do that. They'll just like
fill space.
yeah, they'll use
Yeah.
filler text. They may have just done things like that. They may have done fill text space, because a lot of times people go, no one will notice. No one will notice. And I mean, if you think about the process of making that original spell book, how exhausting and time consuming it must have been. And with movies, it's such a tight production schedule. A lot of times they have to do things like that, because I mean, I wasn't there, so I don't know, but like, a lot of times you like people, you want it done right or you want it done Tuesday.
They're saying people won't notice, but then you have people like us that are like, we notice.
Yeah, they didn't see Isis Chandler coming in with a whole replica. I was going to be screenshotting and doing her research. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If you think about like in the 90s, I mean 1996, 97 when they were filming this, I think DVD was I think that was like the end of like the Laserdisc fight. People who would like spent all those hundreds of dollars for their awesome Laserdisc collection.
I remember those.
I do
were
too.
Like insisting that like Laserdisc was better than DVD, and then DVD
They were like this big.
They were huge.
When you think about when this movie was made, Blu-ray didn't exist, and these like incredibly crisp, sharp images that we're now used to, that wasn't the technology at the time. So that might have been another factor in this book, because why like they didn't make it. Like maybe if this movie was being made today, they would be a little bit more careful with all the little details on the page. I don't know. We don't know. But a lot of it is you can't see it. And so the people who like get mad at me that it's not exactly word for word replica, it's like, okay, if I made a word for word replica, a lot of it would be placeholder text gibberish, probably.
Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't be a functional product at all. Yeah, you're totally right.
Yeah, I had a question about the I noticed in your little montage on your YouTube video, it said exorcism brew, caution or something like that. Was that page shown in the movie? I don't remember that page in the movie, or was that just one of the ones that you found on like a Warner Brothers or the pick photos or something like that?
I don't remember.
Do you think that's the same brew they use at the end for Jillian when they exorcise that spirit?
Oh, good question.
Because if so, they never show that page, and they never show them referencing the grimoire for that exorcism. But now I'm like making a connection.
Maybe, I don't know. Here, let me look it up. Let me go.
What are the ingredients on that page?
Okay, exorcism brew. I think yes, this was in the original. This was in the original movie. It's 3 parts rosemary, 1 part bay, 1 pinch cayenne pepper. So, yep, this was in the movie, and it was, I think this was one of the ones that they actually got pretty accurate. I'll have to, let me go in and I can look at the original screenshot.
What section of the movie was that in?
I think this came from the woman's blog. It was a page that she
Okay.
showed. And so I don't think this was seen on film, but I think this came from the October Farm blog. This is the exact one from the book. I was able to recreate it. I don't think I changed any of the text in this. It looks pretty similar. So yeah, that came from the October Farm blog.
Cool. Yeah, I'm wondering if they shot a scene with that book for the exorcism scene and they never included it.
It'd be so cool if they actually released like an extended director's cut or something one day.
Right.
So do you guys know, did you guys watch This Is Us? Or did you when it was on?
No.
I didn't watch it.
No.
Okay, well, Uncle Nicky, the actor who plays Uncle Nicky in that show, is the guy who directed Practical Magic. So he's an actor and a director.
Wait, Griffin Dunn?
Yeah, he was in
He was in it? Oh.
yeah, he was in that. Yeah, so I'm like always afraid, like if I ever meet him, I would like go up to him with like my Practical Magic book, like all excited, like fangirling, like, look what I made. And he'd be like, I'm gonna sue you for every time you've
I don't think you do that. That's what we were scared about with starting any of these projects. We were like, we're going to get a cease and desist from Alice Hoffman. I don't think they even know like the tip of the iceberg of how many people they've inspired. Like not even just to like explore like the pagan path, but creatively too.
Yeah.
So I feel like Griffin Dunn, I feel like he'd be a cool dude.
Yeah,
You know, I don't think he'd tell you to kick stones.
Like the studio and how much money they have and how much money they have invested. Like, I will not touch anything Harry Potter. Like, I have never reproduced a Harry Potter spell page because I am like, the studio that is so heavily licensed, they will come for me. But we are at an advantage of fans who want to like take portions of it, like the book that I made or the podcast that you guys doing, because it's like the studio doesn't care that much because they didn't make any money and they don't have any plans for like sequels or amusement parks or spin-offs.
Exactly.
It's not a franchise. So we're at an advantage because they're not going to franchise.
Not yet anyway. I mean, there are 4 books that they can redo.
So that's a good segue into, have you read the rest of the books?
I read the first book and only the first book. I would like to read the others, but I'm like so far, I like so many books I want to read. And I'm addicted to Brandon Sanderson, and I'm reading the Way of the King series, the Stormlight Archives. My husband is on the 3rd book. I read faster than him. I'm like, finish that so I can open it. So I would like to eventually read Practical Magic, but yeah, my reading list is long. So I read the first book. I did not like it as much as the movie, and people might be mad at me for saying that, but it's kind of like the book versus movie debate is on with everything that has ever been made into a movie adapted. Like Lord of the Rings, it's like the first thing you're exposed to becomes your canon. I watched the movie first, and then I tried reading the book, and I'm like, I hated the way the house was described in the book. Because in the movie,
dilapidated and like forgotten and dirty. I agree.
The trees were like these dead, lifeless sticks that would like be in the yard that wasn't even a yard, it was like mud, and like the house with that lush garden and the lush lawn and the trees that were always, you know, in bloom. I love how like movies take place in Massachusetts and they never ever film what it looks like here in winter. It's always like spring to August, like everything is fresh and beautiful. But I read that and I was like, what is up? This is not the Owens house, this is the Addams family mansion, you know. And
I think Alice kind of took a cue from the movie, like once the movie was released and she saw the response to the film. I think she kind of like used that as the basis for the next 3 books. So the next 3 books I feel like are represented a lot better with the film in mind.
I liked the book. My only real issue was the house. Everything else, there was a lot of differences. If I was Alice Hoffman, I'd be kind of mad about how much they changed.
They did change a lot.
They really did.
You know, like
we had the 2-part episode about all the differences, and we're still finding more. Even as we go further down this rabbit hole, we're still pulling more differences out. It's crazy how different they are.
I wonder if that was hard for her because, like, I mean, I wrote a book and it's not published yet. I'm trying every day. keep spinning tangents. But it's like, I think I would be really upset because like when you write a book, it takes so long, especially like your debut. Like my book has gone through 8 different drafts and beta readers and my husband and everyone editing it. And so to like have somebody go, oh, I want to adapt it, and then that many changes, like I feel for Alice Hoffman with how much they changed. There's so many changes. I really did like the first novel. Alice Hoffman, she doesn't use a lot of dialogue, which kind of annoyed me a little bit, just personally. Like I have a theater background, so like I like books where like the characters say things and like bounce off each other. The dialogue, like somebody says something and that totally switches the entire dynamic of the conversation, and like one line can change like someone's relationship. So I love dialogue.
Yeah.
And Practical Magic was written, it's not a lot of dialogue. I noticed
No, it's a lot of like actionary descriptories, descriptions and stuff like that. The next 3 books do have, I think, a lot more dialogue than the first one does. Christina, do you think that the next 3 have more dialogue?
I think they do. But my question leading into like when you do read those 3 books, let us know, because my question about the family tree that you have in your book is that it is just going to erupt. Like you're going to have to like redo that page because it gets really big and kind of crisscrossy a little bit.
Wow.
But we do want to tackle that later on. But have you added anything since the original where you had Kylie and Antonia as kind of like the last little bit?
And no, because when I finished that project, it was like, oh my God, I was so exhausted by it.
Oh yeah.
And so like I didn't want to go back and edit it. Also, I didn't base my family tree on anything that was in the novels. I just used the movie and I made everything up. Maybe I should have looked at the novels, but it was kind of like that was like juggling after trying to like I'd work on the replica of the house for the book, and then I'd work on the replica of like all the portraits, and then I was like jumping around and I was like reproducing it. So I didn't like have the energy to like read the novels and like take the names of all the ancestors from the novels. So I made it up. So if someone buys my book and expects it to be like lined up with whatever Alice Hoffman created, my apologies, it's not. Maybe
don't apologize. No. I won't apologize.
Maybe in the future, if I got motivated, I would go back. What drives me crazy about movies and TV shows and books about witches is like how they always keep their mother's name. It's like in the United States, we get married. Like Secret Circle was really bad from this. Like everyone in the Secret Circle had the same names of their ancestors. A Discovery of Witches was really bad. Like, oh, she's a proctor and a bishop witch. I'm like, okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Discovery of Witches. Diana Bishop. Me and my husband talked about this in our review on our YouTube. It's just like you could never have the name of an ancestor, a female ancestor you had 300 years ago. I mean, it was kind of like that Jeff Foxworthy line. It's like, if your family tree does not fork, you might be a fairy witch. You know? And everyone's like, might be a witch. Family, that's how you would have it, because people, get married, they change their names, they get divorced, people, families die off and names end that way. So, as generations pass, people's last names are always changing. And so I put into the Practical Magic book, the spell book that I recreated, that if any woman changed her last name from Owens, it would cause a curse to happen. And so one of the women took her husband's last name, and lightning hit the top of the house and they had to rebuild it. And then after that, everyone was afraid to change, which is why it's Kylie and Antonia Owens instead of whatever Michael's last name was that we never know. So I wrote that in the book when I was doing the family tree section. And also the house, it looks like it was not built in one sitting. It looks like it was built maybe the kitchen and the living room, and it looks like it was added on through the years. It looks like almost like different sections were put on.
You're so right.
Like, I think I did the family tree before I read, so I gave Jillian's boyfriend that she actually ends up with a different name at the end. So the book that you buy is completely based on the movie.
I have a feeling you're going to be very inspired when you finish the next 3 books, and you're going to go back to that family tree and add all.
Oh yeah,
it's a wormhole.
Yeah, that is probably my favorite portion in your replica is the house, of course. Yeah. But you layered it on tracing paper, so if the pages are all laid flat, you can see every single layer, but you can flip it first floor, second floor, all the way up. Are they drawn to any sort of scale, and like what program did you use to draw those out?
I think I used InDesign which is like a page layout, or Illustrator, like the pen tool. Houses are, if you're just doing an above floor plan, you can use InDesign because you just take a box and then you open it up and add a window and open it up and add a door. I was using that, but there are websites that you can do. Like there's Room Styler and Floor Planner that are two together that I wish I had kind of used at the time, but I didn't. And when I finished it, like the program I used, it was like so detailed, like I don't have the energy to go back and do it again. But I did design after that my dream house, and I morphed the Witches of East End house and the Practical Magic house. If you look at the floor plans from the film are available online, but they're so blurry, it's hard to decipher. So I took those probably like you did. Did you use those for like your starting point?
Yes, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So we started with the same drawings. So yeah, there, and the ground floor, there's a secret passageway that comes out, the staircase that leads up. So there's a secret passageway that goes from there to the living room that they were going to use in the movie. And I'm like, you don't need a secret passageway. You need a bathroom. Like, yeah, really. Movie, like they don't shower or pee. Or it's just, and there's no I love that the house in the movie, there's no television, there's no computer. I mean, it's very like old school. It's like going to your grandmother's house.
They have a phonograph. You could listen to some transatlantic music.
Yeah, exactly. Really. Exactly. And that corded phone. So that secret passage, is that the door at the top of the stairs? You see the two girls come down and sit. I'm like, okay, so you go up a half level, but then I know there's a back door. Do you have to go back down to get to the back door? You know what I mean? Because that would be over the back door area. I don't know. So yeah, it's the top of the kitchen stairs, right at the bottom of the spiral staircase. There's a door there. Yeah, like you need a bathroom, especially like every house. That's a really good idea. Yeah, to have that.
Every house I've ever been in reality has had like a ground floor bathroom, like close
right off the kitchen. Yeah,
right.
Off the kitchen. Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm like, so I put the bathroom down there, and then when I did the upstairs, I made Sally's room a lot smaller. I kept the proportions the same, but I'm like, I need to make this smaller because we need a hallway, we need a bathroom, we need a guest room, we need Francis's room, and then I kept it like, so there's 3 bedrooms in my version of the house. It's like a giant puzzle. So maybe we should like compare notes and like figure out if we could actually let's see if we can actually build this sucker with like your. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, every version of it is different. Also, they did different things outside, like the scene where the ants pull in when they come back from the solstice celebration that took place in like early spring. Like it should have been equinox because it's like we've talked about that faux pas that they did in the movie. Like, don't make it the summer solstice if he's going to say it's May after. But yeah, there's some scenes where like there's a fence, like when Jillian's walking back, like I got something for you from Arizona, or when Sally goes out to drop off the mail, there's a fence that runs along the right side of the arbor when you walk in that's there. But the scene where Jimmy's car is towed out of there, he's like, okay, take it away, and Gary like checks and gets the belladonna.
Oh my goodness.
The fence is not there. It's not there. So they would add different sections outside for whatever they were filming, for whatever
we missed that one, Christina, in the Goose and Trivia.
Totally missed it.
Look at that.
So how long does it take? We're so professional. How long does it take for you to make or did it take for you to make like one replica full book?
Okay. It's about 40 hours from like printing into It used to be about, what happened was I was shipping them to Chicago, where my business partner lived, and he was doing the leather work. And then I decided, like, I want to bring the books back, but I want to bring them back. I'll put one out a couple times a year. Because, like I said, when I was making them again and again and again and again, it was like an assembly line. Any part of the creative process was just gone. And so when I make one, I want to feel good when I'm making one. I want to feel like I'm putting a lot of creative energy into this. I want the person who gets it to have like good energy. I don't want to have the energy of, so when I called up my business partner, I'm like, I want to bring them back, but I want to start doing everything myself, because the expense to ship everything to Chicago, it took a lot of money because the book's heavy, so we were shipping it, and then the time it would take for it to get there, and then he would do it, and then I would have to pay him money for his work and for his materials. So I'm like, I'm going to try to do it all myself. And so he would do leather work, and I was just like, I'm just going to use vinyl. He said I had to get lamb skin for like the secrets, because the Secret Circle books, I don't know if you notice, have like that emblem on the front. And he's like, nothing but the thinnest lambskin will work. And I'm like, I'm going to find a way to do this with vinyl. And because vinyl is plastic, what I can do is I can heat it, the blow dryer, and it melts and it forms around the symbol. So I found different ways that were different from what he was doing. I'm like, I need to keep on the money myself. I just was not turning much of a profit when the store was open, because it's like people would say your items are so expensive. I'm like, yeah, but ink is like expensive, and I only use parchment paper. My business partner was like, why don't you use like the just ivory printer paper? And I'm like, no, because parchment paper has that feel, it has that texture, you know. Like I'm not gonna do that.
It's all about the textures in that story.
Yeah. So printing takes about 5 hours, and I have to like stand over the printer as I do it, because if they're double-sided, so if the wrong page prints, you have to reprint so many other pages to make up. So I go page by page by page.
Wow.
I'm like, it's just too much of a pain if like it sucks in the wrong thing. I clean the printer before I start a book, because the paper particles get on the rollers, and then that's what causes jam. So I have to go in and clean the printer before I start a book.
Wow.
And then printing takes about 5 hours. And then after I print, I expand the spine by putting all the strips. So that takes about 2 hours. And then glue binding it. What you do is you glue bind it, and then you let it sit. Then you put another layer and let that dry. And then I let it sit in the book press for a day. And then usually as it's glue binding, I'm printing all the 3-dimensional items that have to be cut up. It takes about 5 hours to cut everything up. That's me at my fastest.
Wow.
I can do it. And then I have to organize it, as I have like a big plastic folder that I put like everything gets cut up in order, you know. So I have to like find everything as I'm cutting it up so I can like organize it. And then that takes about 5 to 8 hours, depending on what my mood is, how much coffee I've had for caffeine. I don't drink coffee, but herbal tea, how much caffeine I've had. And then after that, both books, the front and the big one and the little one, are bound separately. Then I I actually just use paint. I was using coffee, but like parchment paper is already ivory, so I've discovered that trying to tea stain something that's already ivory is a waste of time. So I do the edges with paint. I use 3 different color paints, making sure like the corners, I age the corners, and then I age those with paint, and then that has to dry. Or usually I use a blow dryer on that. And then I separate each page, and then I glue everything down. And then after all of the paper is glued down, then I add all the wax seal, the wax drippings, the feathers, all the envelopes that are stuffed with feathers and things like that. That all gets done. And then after that, it has to sit in a book press for at least 24 hours to get all those stuff that I added to get it as flat as possible. Then after at least 24 hours, then I take it out and then I add the cardboard cover. And then I add book boards on top of the cardboard to make it hardcover. Then I put the leather on, or the faux leather on, and that takes a day. So the cover itself, just putting the cardboard and cardstock cover on, takes a day. And then the leather takes a day, especially when you add like the inside. And the inside of the pages has to be put some decorative paper on the inside. I won't put one for sale unless I'm like prepared. That's 2 weeks. So it was like, I will not list a Practical Magic or a Secret Circle book for sale. Secret Circle book is not as long. That takes about half the time. The only thing that's hard about that is the insignia seal on the front. Getting that lifted under the leather is kind of hard. So I will not list one of these books unless it's like, this for 2 weeks, no writing, no shooting YouTube videos, no editing YouTube videos. It's like, this takes every spare second. And so I've tried hiring other people to make them for me, but it's just,
it's not the same. It's your energy that you're putting into it. That's what people are purchasing, really, is your energy.
We hope you don't get blown up too much by this episode, but I feel like you might have some inquiries in the next couple weeks.
I will probably put one on sale for eBay when this comes out as a way to celebrate. You know?
Would you ever do the bundle packs again?
I'm not redoing the Practical Magic page sets because I want to save all my Practical Magic energy for like when I actually make the books. So
Gotcha.
And I stopped offering little things like my one page, my one sticker set. Because it was like exhausting making one little thing and like stuffing all these envelopes. So I only sell them as page sets now, just because it's like I've learned the hard way if when you're selling stuff online to like, it's important to offer as much as possible, but it's also important to like do it in a way where it doesn't like totally suck all your time and energy.
Yeah, it has to make sense.
So I sell them every now and then. I know people want them, and I know I get like several requests like, do you have any for sale? I love when I get like, do you have any lying around that you can sell for me? Like, or like, my mom's like really sick. Can you just we have one lying around you can give to me? Like,
oh gosh.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you sell them every now and then. So do you have like a specific like time or around a certain time of year where you just feel drawn to creating another one? Like when do you feel the most pull to create like new ones to put up?
Sometimes it'll be, well, sometimes it's like when I need extra spending money, like
Okay.
Christmas. Like I'll put one in I'll start in like November or October and then list it for sale so that I'll have more Christmas money that year. Things like that. I mean, sometimes I'll be like feeling kind of like maybe in the spring sometimes I start feeling practical magic-y.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a good movie for the springtime. Like spell books just aren't my passion anymore. Like they were for a while and I did it for like a decade. And then it was like my creative energy was like pulling me in another direction. Like I want to be a fiction writer and a YouTuber, and that's where my passion is. And like my personal spell book now, like this is, people are gonna hate me for saying this, okay? But my personal book of shadows now, I have it on the computer and I do it digitally. And that works better for me because for me, magic is always changing and growing. It's always like evolving. I'm always like, this spell didn't work out. Why? And then I want to analyze it. And if I've spent 3 hours like calligraphying this exactly step by step how to do this spell, and then it doesn't manifest, I always feel like, oh, I have to like change it or cross this out. But it's like once you do like the personal art for your book of shadows, you want it to be that. So I might, in a couple of years after I've like my spells that I'm working on now have manifested, feel the urge to make a physical book of shadows. But I'm like, I love the flexibility of the digital. I look at spells that I cast when I was like in my 20s and I was like, oh my God, I could see why this failed. I'd have like one spell with like 20 candles that I lit and I didn't charge any of them. Like, of course the spell didn't work,
Right.
I thought the tool was the magic, not the witch. It's always the witch, not the tool. And so, magic is like, it's like anything. It's called witchcraft because it's an art.
And it's yours. Like whoever's going to say, no, it has to be like in a physical book. No, we have had to adapt for so long. And that's your personal practice. Like nobody has a say in that.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the digital because it's like, oh, this didn't work. Delete.
Yeah.
Save. It's so much easier. And I also at one point I was really into like putting like a vision board into the book of shadows. Like I would use like pages of it, but now I just I like drawing full pictures of things I want to manifest and then just hanging them up in my living room where I see them every day because it's like I don't flip through the book. I'm not seeing it all the time.
Right.
So it's just a personal preference.
I have a quick question about the YouTube because you said you were going to focus on your YouTube a little more. Would you, and you also said that you were going to maybe do a little release, an eBay release right after this episode just to promote it or whatever. Would you ever consider like doing a YouTube video on your process, like the bookbinding process and how you do that? Like that would be so fascinating to see because like I've never bound a book before, so I'm trying to like visualize how you explained how you would do it, but I'm just like, I still don't know what that would even look like. So would it be something that you would be interested in to kind of guide people through your process a little more for?
I haven't because there's so many YouTube videos. It's like you Google how to glue bind a book. Like there's so many already out there. And like I have a couple of trade secrets. Like people like want to grab and copy.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I have a couple of trade secrets that I feel like make my reproductions kind of special. Maybe if I got to the point where I'm like, I'm never going to make this again, then I would do it. But like the actual step-by-step process, people will like screen capture everything you put out. That's why when I like, for any artist out there selling your stuff, my advice is to take it at an angle. Don't put the camera right over because people will copy that and they'll try to reproduce and they'll try to sell it.
Yeah. I was just curious, like what kind of YouTube content you have planned because you said you're trying to focus more on the YouTube now.
Well, I have 2 channels. It's my channel and my husband's channel. On his channel, we do reviews of movies and TV shows. Mostly movies. We've done almost every movie about witches. We've done Practical Magic Craft, Witches of East End, Secret Circle, The Good Witch. We talk about all of these movies why we like them, why we don't like them, what's accurate, what's not. So that's his channel. We also do like reviews of movies. We got one that we want to do of Dune. Anything that has magic or sci-fi or fantasy, we love to review that. So that's his channel.
That's fun.
And we're both on that. And then my channel is more, I have a bunch of different videos. I have like beginner witchcraft, like if you're new and you want step-by-step instructions, I have that. And then I have a whole bunch of witchcraft classes. And I have like workbooks that go along with the classes for my Patreon people. So you can get like digital copies of the book.
Tell us where they can find you on Patreon and what your YouTubes are called.
Yeah, so they're just our names. Like my YouTube channel is Isis Chandler. So my handle is at Isis Chandler 3x3, and that'll take you to everything. My husband is at Adam Burke Writer. So my channel is more like actual magical workings. I also talk a lot about like recovering from an abusive family, and like I like to blend psychology into my classes on witchcraft. Like if you come from an abusive home like I did, you tend to attract abusive people, and why that is and how to stop.
Your YouTube, but you're also an author. I wanted to ask about your book and where you're at with it, what it's called, where it's going.
Oh, it's going frustrating.
Oh no.
Frustrating. Okay. I think people who like follow your Practical Magic podcast will love my husband's novel. So I'll talk about his first. It's about a coven of witches. He incorporated all real magic. Like one of them is associated with earth, air, fire, and water. He incorporates the four, kind of like the craft did. Took all those, and one witch is assigned with each element. He has Kerninos, the god Kerninos from Celtic mythology in it. It's about a bunch of witches, and they have a witchcraft shop in San Diego. So it's very much down the line. People love practical magic and the craft and witches of East End and just witch stories in general. People will love his novel when it eventually comes out. My book is about past lives and reincarnation, because when I met my husband, I started having all these dreams about us in previous lives together.
Wow.
The last life that I saw, I lost him because of a drug addiction and alcohol problem. And I remember I had the dream, and I was on the phone with someone, and I was so sad because I knew I had like lost the person that I was supposed to be with. I like felt that breakup pain, and it was like I knew, because it was like I really feel like in a past life I was a major drug addict. It's just why I have so many nose and sinus problems. Like all my problems, it's all here. I get headaches and sinus pressure and congestion.
Oh, wow. What is the name of your husband's book that will be out? And is there a place to find it online that we can link? And what is the name of yours and where to find it?
His is Coven of the Rising Serpents. We're looking for agents. We keep getting rejected. Mine is Timeless Souls.
Okay.
So you can go to my website and sign up for a mailing list. So when it's available, I will let you know. It's just really, really hard to break into. We're both fantasy writers. His is more traditional. His is an urban fantasy. Mine is what we call Banksian fantasy, because it takes place in the afterlife. But it's just kind of like I'm trying really hard not to be bitter.
It's hard as a creative person to like put your work out there. Like you pour your heart and soul into something, and when somebody else is kind of like gets to dictate whether or not the world gets to see that work. I went through that kind of rejection when I was pursuing music as like a full-on career some years ago. Like, you know, you get rejection every day, and it's hard. It takes a toll on your mentality and your attitude and how you approach your art and your craft. I had to stop a while. I had to step away from it for a really long time because I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah. I go through like cycles with it. Like I'm like, I cannot deal with another rejection. So I'm not going to submit right now. I'm going to focus on my YouTube. I'm glad I have like several outlets. Like I'll go through writing, and then if like I'll go through submission, and you know, and then I'm like, I can't deal with this. I cannot deal with another rejection. So I'm like, put it on pause. I'm going to focus on YouTube, things like that. But yeah, the other night I said to my husband, like, okay, I got back in the submission saddle. He's like, I don't think you should call it the submission saddle, honey.
That's too funny.
Just for something else.
Yeah.
You know?
But I like that. I like that you got your bearings and now you're back at it, refreshed, and ready to go. And you know, one day it'll come to you. It'll come. Just keep submitting it. Keep doing it, and somebody one day it'll have to resonate with someone.
Justina, do you have more questions? Because my veering back to the Book of Shadows is like how do you hope people feel, or their experience that they have when they receive one of your books? Like when it's out of your hands, like what do you hope for them?
When they get it, okay, well, I hope they open it and they can't wait to tear the sucker open.
Yeah,
The box. It's kind of like the flip through, like the first flip through, I hope like meets all their expectations. A lot of people have said that like when they got it, the pictures don't do it justice, because like when you see a picture, it's cool, but like the actual like having a book is like you can see, I mean, obviously the progression of the story because it's a book and the different sections, and people, I hope like the excitement is there that they get to actually touch it and feel it and flip through it. So I'm glad that it's supposed to look old, because if people got it and they expected it to be like pristine and like factory made or computer made or 3D printed or whatever the standard is for, I would be really stressed out. I love the fact that it's aged, and that the aging is part of the charm. You want it to look like, and Owens began this book. It's like Maria or whatever access she had, and then people added to it, or maybe took the pages and took them apart and re-glue bound them together. And you want it to look like it's survived many generations. So the fact that it has to look old or supposed to look old has been like the source of like a lot of relief when I felt like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Nobody's complained. Nobody said, oh, this isn't
awesome. Do you have any other projects coming up that you would like to share with people, or just tell all the folks listening where they can find you, and anything else that we didn't touch on that you want to talk about as far as practical magic or the house or the book, whatever you'd like?
I think, okay, just in terms of practical magic, the one thing you guys talked about that was driving me crazy was the Death Watch beetle. Like the idea of it, like I was listening to your podcast and it like provoked so much anxiety in me for so many reasons.
No.
The thought of my husband dying like scares the hell out of me. Like nothing.
Me too.
That, yeah, that is just like, it takes so much time and energy and effort to like find your match, to work on yourself to the point where like you can be with your match. Because like I feel like if I had met him when I was a teenager, I would have fucked the relationship up, because I would have been
same.
Can I swear, by the way? Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And my husband's way too positive. Like he is positive. Like I'm really negative. So we balance each other out.
Totally like Michael. He's such a Michael.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Cassandra from the Iliad. The Cassandra complex. Like she knows the city's going to fall and no one will believe her. Like the impending doom that for whatever psychic or magical reason, but you can't prevent it. It's just like, I hate the idea of that. Like if it can come and it's a warning and you can change it, great. But if it's just like unchangeable, impending fate that's like out of your hands, it's like that little clicky motherfucker. I would go down. I would get like 15 cans of Raid at Home Depot, and I'd be like click, click, and I'd be like sprint. How you like me now?
Right.
But no amount of Raid can dissuade the curse from doing its thing.
So yeah, that was the last thing I wanted to make sure I said, because we talked.
That's so funny.
That was like when I was listening to your podcast, it was the house from the difference of book to movie and the Death Watch beetle, and it's like it'd be so like annoying because it was just like this harbinger of doom and you couldn't prevent it. Like the last moments you had with your loved one, the last few days before they died would be like spent in anxiety-ridden mental torture. And you would not have like the last couple of like days of memories that you could like, cherish. So it's just like the whole idea of it is just like, it's so anxiety.
Yeah. And we talk about like, is it a curse or is it just death? And the not knowing, like us in our normal everyday Muggle lives, like not knowing, not having that warning of like the Death Watch beetle, like think about that, use that trope in the movie and really like instill that in your life to like, if it's better not knowing, because if you knew, you would live every day with that person like it would, like it's their last, and that's how you should be living your life. We cannot thank you enough. I would really love to like sit down and talk with you some more, and if you're open to coming back and
you're always
chatting with us
back.
about other stuff, please. Yes, you're always welcome to come back.
I would love to. You guys can email me anytime if you just want to chat, like off, whatever, or just be in touch. Or if you guys want to come visit, I'd be open to being like the perfect tour guide. You guys are awesome. I'd love to come back and hang out in real life too.
Awesome.
All right, well, so great hanging out with you guys.
Yeah, it was so much fun. We could probably talk for another 5 hours.
I know. We gotta get back to our lives.
Yeah.
Pet your kitties for me.
Yeah,
We
we
will.
hope to talk
Thank you.
again with you soon, and we'll drop all your socials in the description down below, so you guys can check out Isis on all her socials. So thank you so much. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. I had so much
Thank
fun. I
you.
really did. All right. Bye,
We'll
guys.
talk to you later. Bye.
All right, guys. So how did you enjoy that interview? That was amazing. That was amazing. That was so informative. Dude, she is legit like the keeper of the knowledge of
She
the
is an
practical
Owens.
she is an Owens through osmosis,
Yeah.
through just the pages of that amazing book she created. I can't believe 3 years to create, just the dedication.
Mhm.
Because like I told you, I started my grimoire and I was like, I'll do it later. And it's still not done. So like to really be that focused on creating something for 3 years.
She was
and
just bit by the inspiration bug, man.
yeah, the inspiration bug had her. Yeah, like it's amazing. Not only did she take 3 years of her time to just make sure every page was as, I guess, just as representative as the pages as possible without, breaking her own moral compass.
Exactly.
Ethics was really important to her when recreating the pages. I just really admire that, and I think that's really commendable. And the fact that she's even still churning out replicas just to like put up on eBay every now and then, just to keep it going, just to, because people still want this. People
Mhm.
still want it. She dropped that little hint, so keep an eye out after this episode. There might be one up on eBay for sale if you guys can go snag an Isis Chandler original.
And I like that she takes care of her own like mental health as far as the creative process goes. Like just saying
Yes.
like it started to become like a factory. Like I wasn't enjoying it. Book of Shadow stuff wasn't my thing anymore. And she moved on to other stuff. And when she does get back into making the replicas, she is dedicating that time. So when you decide to order this book that it has been somebody's passion for, what did she say a book takes, like when she's cranking it out 40 hours. So
Yeah.
imagine her just instilling that book with so much care and detail and dedication. It's really like, it's going to be a treasured thing. Yeah.
And this goes out to all the people who are coming at her for not reproducing the pages to a T, like what it was in the movie.
Stop it.
Stop it right now. Stop it right now. She's just an artist putting her own spin on it. It's her own interpretation, even though, yes, it's a replica. Still, again, moral compass, her ethics are more important than...
And her information is more accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It actually is. So all those people who are giving her shit for that, just stop. On an actual replica, make it yourself.
Make it yourself.
That's it. Make it yourself. That's it.
Yeah.
What she's doing is amazing. She's so talented. So much work went into it. So much passion. And I think you can just appreciate that alone. It's just amazing. She's amazing.
She is amazing. And you can find her again. She's on Instagram at Isis Chandler 3x3 or 3x3, 3x3. And she's at Pagan Scrapbook Supply.com. And you can find her on YouTube. Like seriously, if you type in Practical Magic, Book of Shadows, Isis Chandler, she is right there. Yeah.
Yeah. And her YouTube channel with her husband's really cute.
It is. They're
Right.
fun. The reviews.
Yeah. So we hope you guys really enjoyed that. And we look forward to keep bringing you more practical magic artisans and creators who are just doing their thing and keeping the practical magic story alive. And
how are you feeling, by the way, about like the interviews? Because at first you were like, I don't want to do them.
They're a lot. Okay, well, I already told you I'm an introvert. It takes a lot of energy out of me to meet somebody new and talk for a few hours. And like, I just think I get so, not that I'm like, because I'm not a shy person. I'm a very personable person, but it takes a lot of my energy. Like I get excited, I get overexcited, and then after the conversation, I feel really drained, and I'm so burnt out. Like after every interview, I just have to sit on the couch and just like not do anything for the rest of the day because
it's a lot of information we're absorbing, and we, like we said in the very first episodes, we are fans just like you trying to do our proper research, but there have been other creators that have a hand in like a specific topic that of course we're going to reach out to and ask for help with.
Yeah.
Right? Hannah Owens, ask for help, Maria.
Yes.
So we really appreciate all the creators that we've had on so far, and we have more to come because they have so much knowledge to share, and we are just the vessel, right? We're just the messenger getting that message out there.
Yeah, don't shoot the messenger. If you don't like what you hear, it's,
Go somewhere else.
Go somewhere else. Exactly. So yeah, are we ready to take another quick break before we hop on into some history and
Yes,
where
ma'am, we
the
are.
origins of the grimoire?
Yeah, stick around. We have that history coming up. We also have how to kind of get started on your own Book of Shadows if you want to start chronicling your path. All right, guys, we'll be right back. You're listening to the Magnolia Street Podcast. Thank you for sticking around. Are you ready for some like Latin and for some like
Yes.
French?
I'm ready for you. I'm ready for like you to pronounce all this Latin and the French.
Sometimes I just try to say it like I know what I'm saying, and you're like, window.
Motif.
Moffat.
Orifice, say.
Yeah. I represent the dyslexic community out there.
But at least you own it. I'm a bullshitter, and I'll just repeat something, and then you're like the Cusco's poison. I'm just like, all right. That's how Christina calls me out for like trying to sound like I know what I'm talking about, but I really have no fucking clue.
No, you know what you're talking about. It's just fun how you like can say that thing in 8 different ways for those who don't get it the first time.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna jump into some history of the grimoire via Wikipedia because they're so freaking accurate on everything that's on that etymology. We're gonna get into where the term grimoire actually came from. So it is commonly believed that the term grimoire originated from the Old French word grammaire, pronounced grammaire.
Grammaire.
Meaning grammaire, which had initially been used to refer to all books written in Latin. By the 18th century, the term had gained its now common usage in France and had begun to be used to refer purely to books of magic. Again, here's this name, Owen Davies, presumed this was because many of them continued to circulate in Latin manuscripts. However, the term grimoire later developed into a figure of speech amongst the French, indicating something which was hard to understand. In the 19th century, with the increasing interest in occultism among the British following the publication of Francis Barrett's The Magus, there it is, 1801, the term entered the English language in reference to books of magic.
Do they ever mention Francis Barrett, or is it just called The Magus in the books?
I don't know. Good question. But I'm sure when we do an episode solely on the Magus, we'll deep dive on all that origins and see like whose names in Alice Hoffman's books, who that's attached to. And now I'm like really like excited to dive into the rest of these grimoires mentioned in these books. Because it's a rabbit hole. As Christ said. All right, you want to take us into the ancient period?
Of course. So the earliest known written magical incantations come from ancient Mesopotamia, modern Iraq, where they have been found inscribed on cuneiform clay tablets that archaeologists excavated from the city of Uruk and dated back between the 5th and 4th centuries BC. The ancient Egyptians also employed magical incantations, which have been found inscribed on amulets and other items. The Egyptian magical system, known as Heka, was greatly altered and expanded after the Macedonians, led by Alexander the Great, invaded Egypt in 332 BC. Under the next 3 centuries of Hellenistic Egypt, the Coptic writing system evolved, and the Library of Alexandria was opened. This likely had an influence upon books of magic, with the trend on known incantations switching from simple health and protection charms to more specific things, such as financial success and sexual fulfillment.
Wow.
Note our love spells episode.
Yeah.
Around the time the legendary figure of Hermes Trismegistus.
That sounds right.
Yeah, developed as a conflation of the Egyptian god Thoth, or do you say Thoth?
I've heard Thoth.
Okay.
I don't know.
Thoth and the Greek Hermes. This figure was associated with writing and magic, and therefore of books on magic. The ancient Greeks and Romans believed that books on magic were invented by the Persians. The 1st century AD writer Pliny the Elder stated that magic had been first discovered by the ancient philosopher Zoroaster.
Asshole.
After the year 647 BC, that it was only written down in the 5th century BC by the magician Stinas. He claims are not, however, supported by the modern historians. The ancient Jewish people were often viewed as being knowledgeable in magic, which, according to legend, they had learned from Moses. who had learned it in Egypt. Among many ancient writers, Moses was seen as an Egyptian rather than a Jew. 2 manuscripts likely dating back to the 4th century, both of which purport to be the legendary 8th book of Moses, the first 5 being the initial books of the biblical Old Testament, presented him as a polytheist. Oh, that's cool. Who explained how to conjure gods and subdue demons. Diamonds!
Oh, diamonds.
Diamonds!
Diamonds.
Meanwhile, there's definite evidence of grimoires being used by certain particularly Gnostic sects of early Christianity. In the Book of Enoch found within the Dead Sea Scrolls, for instance, there's information on astrology and angels. It is an ancient Hebrew apocalyptic religious text ascribed by traditions to the patriarch Enoch, who was a great-grandfather of Noah. The Book of Enoch contains unique material on the origins of diamonds and Nephilim. Why some angels fell from heaven, and an explanation of why the Genesis flood was morally necessary, and the prophetic exposition of the 1,000-year reign of the Messiah. Israelite King Solomon was a biblical, and dude, I love how Alice pulls all of this stuff into her book again.
Yeah, effortlessly, kind of.
Was a biblical figure associated with magic and sorcery in the ancient world. The 1st century Romano-Jewish historian Josephus mentioned a book circulating under the name of Solomon that contained incantations for summoning diamonds, and how a Jew called Eleazar used it to cure cases of possession. The book may have been the Testament of Solomon, but was more probably a different work. The pseudepigraphic Testament of Solomon is one of the oldest magical texts. Pseudepigraphics are falsely attributed works, texts, whose claimed author is not the true author, or a work whose real author attributed it to a figure of the past. It is a Greek manuscript attributed to Solomon and was likely written in either Babylonia or Egypt sometime in the first 5 centuries AD, over 1,000 years after Solomon's death. The work tells of the building of the Temple of Jerusalem and relates that the construction was hampered by diamonds. I was waiting for you to do it. You did it every single time, and I had always talked over you.
Oh, am I your demon hype girl?
You're like my demon echo.
Diamonds.
Until the Archangel Michael gave the king a magical ring. The ring engraved with the seal of Solomon had the power to bind diamonds from doing harm. Solomon used it to lock diamonds in a jar and command others to do his bidding. Although, eventually, according to the Testament, he was tempted into worshiping false gods such as Malak, Baal, and Rapha. Subsequently, after losing favor with God, King Solomon wrote the work as a warning and as a guide to the reader. When Christianity became the dominant faith of the Roman Empire, the early church frowned upon the propagation of books on magic, connecting it with paganism, and burned books of magic. The New Testament records that after the unsuccessful exorcism by the 7 sons of Sceva became known, many converts decided to burn their own magic and pagan books in the city of Ephesus. This advice was adopted on a large scale after the Christian ascent to power.
So do you think Alice took a little bit from this bit of history, like when many converts decided to, like, people were burning their own magical and pagan books?
Yeah.
Because I guess, like, if they didn't, they would be probably not excommunicated from the church, but maybe even, like, put to death.
Oh, 100%.
If they were found to be pagans. Interesting. I don't know people really burned their own books.
She also has a little section of that in the Dove Keepers at the very end. Their town is being, what's the word where you go in?
Overtaken, seized?
Yeah, being seized, and everybody is burning their magical texts, their belongings, their books, in order for the Romans not to be able to have it, just so it doesn't fall into the hands. They would rather nobody have it than the Romans have it, basically.
All right, so now we're gonna skadooch over to the medieval period. And in this period, this lasted approximately from the late 5th to the late 15th centuries. That's a long time. So the production of grimoires continued in Christendom as well as amongst Jews and the followers of the newly found Islamic faith. As the historian Owen Davies noted, while the Christian church was ultimately successful in defeating pagan worship, it never managed to demarcate clearly and maintain a line of practice between religious devotion and magic. The use of such books on magic continued. In Christianized Europe, the church divided books of magic into 2 kinds that dealt with natural magic and those that dealt in demonic magic. So, there you go. The former was acceptable because it was viewed as merely taking note of the powers in nature that were created by God. For instance, the Anglo-Saxon Leech books, which is a medical text, contained simple spells for medicinal purposes that were tolerated. Demonic magic was not acceptable because it was believed that such magic did not come from God, but from the devil and his daemons.
Diamonds!
Diamonds! These grimoires dealt in such topics as necromancy, divination, and demonology. Despite this, there's ample evidence that the medieval clergy were the main practitioners of magic, and therefore the owners, transcribers, and circulators of grimoires, while several grimoires were attributed to popes. Boom.
Ooh,
There you
this
go.
is so fascinating to me. I love history.
Yeah. It's fascinating to me because, like, you know, the Catholics and Christians, like, nowadays, like, they look down on all kinds of magic, but popes were friggin' reading, circulating, transcribing grimoires? What?
Yeah. Isn't it like the Bible? I mean, I know it said earlier that the Bible wasn't really like a magical text, but in some way it is. And I was having this debate with my neighbors the other night that, like, you know how, like, we have a fandom that revolves around books. Like, the Bible is the #1 fandom in the world.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? If it is a work of a little bit of fiction and a little bit of fact,
Yeah.
it's the biggest fandom that there is.
Right. And look, people are killing each other over that fandom. And
I know.
That's nuts to me.
For centuries and millennia.
Yeah.
Ugh.
No, in real life, I don't know if anybody's ever killed anybody in present day over Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs.
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense. Anyway, back to the story. So one such Arabic grimoire devoted to astral magic, the 10th century of Gayat al-Hakim, pronunciation Rat al-Hakim, was later translated, I probably still said that wrong, into Latin and circulated in Europe during the 13th century under the name of the Picatrix.
That's
However,
so cute. It sounds like a
cute.
Pokemon.
It does. That's so cute. However, not all such grimoires of this era were based upon Arabic sources. The 13th century sworn book of Honorius, for instance, like the ancient testament of Solomon before it, largely based on the supposed teachings of the biblical king Solomon and included ideas such as prayers and a ritual circle with the mystical purpose of having visions of God, hell, purgatory, and gaining much wisdom and knowledge as a result. Another was the Hebrew Sefer Raziel HaMalak, I guess, translated in Europe as the Liber Razielis Archangeli. So a later book also claiming to have been written by Solomon was originally written in Greek during the 15th century, where it was known as the Magical Treatise of Solomon, or the Little Key of the Whole Art of Hygromancy. What's hygromancy? It was found by several craftsmen and by the Holy Prophet Solomon. In the 16th century, this work had been translated into Latin and Italian, being renamed the Clavicula Salomonis, or the Key of Solomon. So what is hygromancy?
Okay. Deals with the astrology and several magical procedures, and its text varies greatly depending on the manuscript. That tells us anything. So astrology.
Okay.
It's
So
a
is
big
that
one.
divination through means of astrology? Like you know how, like, you read your birth chart and you use that to determine your fate?
Oh, Solomon teaches his son the technique of divination through water. Hygromancy. Okay, so divination by means of moisture. Although in fact such a technique is not explained, it is shown how this way of divination is linked with the exact knowledge of the planets, zodiacal signs, and the times when each of them gives its power. Okay, I'll link this. This is cool. A cool PDF.
Yeah. So that's basically like how we kind of like use our own astrological signs to determine like our personalities and what
It sounds like it,
fate.
along with water though. So
Interesting, yeah.
interesting.
To continue on, in Christendom during the medieval age, grimoires were written that were attributed to other ancient figures, thereby supposedly giving them a sense of authenticity because of their antiquity. The German abbot and occultist Trithemius, 1462 to 1516, supposedly had a book of Simon the Magician based upon the New Testament figure of Simon Magus. There's the word Magus again.
Yeah.
Simon Magus, so I guess this is the origins of the Magus, had been a contemporary of Jesus Christ and, like the biblical Jesus, had supposedly performed miracles, but had been demonized by the medieval church as a devil worshiper and an evil individual. So, an Irish legend, Simon Magus came to be associated with Druidism. He is said to have come to the aid of the Druid Mag Ruith. The fierce denunciation of Christianity by Irish Druids appears to have resulted in Simon Magus being associated with Druidism. The word Druid was sometimes translated into Latin as Magus, and Simon Magus was also known in Ireland as Simon the Druid. So it seems like Magus and Druid kind of are synonymous with each other, and Simon Magus is affiliated.
So would you say then the magus that Vincent get is druidic magic?
I guess you could say that. Yeah.
Oh, look at us.
Yeah. So Vincent might be a druid. There you go.
Hey.
Oh, all right. So similarly, it was commonly believed by medieval people that other ancient figures such as the poet Virgil, astronomer Ptolemy, and philosopher Aristotle had been involved in magic, and grimoires claiming to have been written by them were circulated. However, there were those who did not believe this. For instance, the Franciscan friar Roger Bacon stated that books falsely claiming to be by ancient authors ought to be prohibited by law. That was the medieval period. Now we're going to move over to the early modern period, which is about the 15th century. Early modern period, would that be the Renaissance? Yeah, the Renaissance. So
Okay.
1486 to 1535. So this was before the Burning Times, which was around the 1600s, right?
Ooh, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
As the early modern period commenced in the late 15th century, many changes began to shock Europe that would have an effect on the production of grimoires. Historian Owen Davies classified the most important of these as the Protestant Reformation and the subsequent Catholic Counter-Reformation, the witch hunts, and the advent of printing. The Renaissance saw the continuation of an interest in magic that had been found in the medieval period, and in this period there was an increased interest in Hermeticism among occultists and ceremonial magicians in Europe, largely fueled by the 1471 translation of the ancient Corpus Hermeticum into Latin by Marsilio Ficino.
Ficino.
1433 to 1499.
Mhm.
Alongside this, there was a rise in interest in the Jewish mysticism known as Kabbalah, which was spread across the continent by Pico del Mirandola and Johannes Reiklin.
And then later on in 1998, Madonna.
Yeah, really. So again, I'm going to just pop in Dove Keepers a little bit in here. Alice really dives into this world with the Dove Keepers and provides as her reference for this whole book. It is so heavily laden with Jewish mysticism. Her reference for that was called The Ancient Jewish Magic, a history by Gideon Bohak, Bohak.
But Gideon, the name Gideon, the connection with Kylie's boyfriend. I know it's all connected.
She depends particularly on the section which relates the views on magic expressed by Philo, the Qumran scrolls, and Josephus. On one hand, magic is demonized and seen as particular to the feminine domain. On the other hand, some practices which appear identical to the practices labeled magic are allowed by religious leaders. Bohak labels this licit magic in contrast to quote-unquote illicit magic. In some cases, it is simply a matter of harmful potions being illicit, whereas healing potions being licit.
Am I following this correctly? So basically this is saying that clergy and religious leaders are allowed to perform magic, but not women?
Correct. Yes.
Bullshit. That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, the women in the book are really looked down upon that do practice.
Oh, that's so fucked.
Yeah. The most important magician of the Renaissance was Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, 1486 to 1535. Who widely studied occult topics and earlier grimoires and eventually published his own, the 3 Books of Occult Philosophy, in 1533. A similar figure was the Swiss magician known as Paracelsus, who published Of the Supreme Mysteries of Nature, in which he emphasized the distinction between good and bad magic. A third such individual was Johann Georg Faust, whom upon several pieces of later literature were written, such as Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, that portrayed him as consulting with demons.
Demons!
The idea of demonology had remained strong in the Renaissance, and several demonological grimoires were published, including the 4th Book of Occult Philosophy, which falsely claimed to have been authored by Cornelius Agrippa, and the Pseudomachia Daemonum.
Yeah.
which listed 69 demons. Nice.
Holy shit, that's a lot of freaking demons.
To counter this, the Roman Catholic Church authorized the production of many works of exorcism, the ritual of which were often very similar to those of demonic conjuration. Alongside these demonological works, grimoires on natural magic continued to be produced, including Magia Naturalis, written by Giambattista della Porta. Iceland held magic traditions in regional works as well, most remarkably the Galdrabok. And this is a small manuscript containing a collection of 47 spells, sigils, and staves. The grimoire was compiled by 4 people, possibly starting in the late 16th century and going on until the mid-17th century. The 3 scribes were Icelanders, and the 4th was a Dane working from Icelandic material. The various spells consisted of Latin and runic material, as well as Icelandic magical staves, invocations to Christian entities, daemons, and the Norse gods, as well as instructions for the use of herbs and magical items. Some of the spells are protective, intended against such problems as trouble with childbearing, headache, and insomnia, previous incantations, pestilence, suffering, and distress at sea. Others are intended to cause fear, kill animals, find thieves, and put someone to sleep, cause flatulence, or bewitch women.
Could you imagine doing a spell to like just make somebody just like rip ass all the freaking time? A curse!
That's so
a
fucking
curse
passive aggressive.
Flatulent curse upon you. That's hilarious.
So, the little side story, Iceland is really well known for its Museum of Sorcery and Witchcraft, which is located in the northwestern region. And when Aaron and I went up there, that was like the one thing I really wanted to see. We did the whole ring road around, but by the time we got up to that region, the snow was so heavy and we were already like slip sliding around on the road, and I was terrified, so we had to skip it. But apparently they have a cool little collection. So check out the Iceland's Museum of Witchcraft and Sorcery.
Wow.
Yeah. So, a man inscribed in a pentagram from Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa's De Occulta Philosopha, 3 books of occult philosophy. The signs on the perimeter are astrological.
It's basically like the Vitruvian Man. But the Vitruvian Man, hold on. I don't know if the Vitruvian Man had a pentacle though.
I feel like the way he's standing with his arms out and his legs out with his head could create that.
Okay, so the Vitruvian Man, it's basically the same pose, like he's standing with his arms out and he's inside a circle, but the Vitruvian Man does not have a pentacle or a pentagram. It says the drawing depicts a nude man in 2 superimposed positions with his arms and legs apart, inscribed in both a circle and a square. Described by the art historian Carmen C. Bombic as justly ranked among the all-time iconic images of Western civilization. The work is a unique synthesis of artistic and scientific ideals and often considered an archetypal representation of the higher Renaissance. So the conception of ideal body proportions originally derived from the Vitruvius, but influenced by his own measurements.
So the advent of printing in Europe meant that books could be mass-produced for the first time and could reach an ever-growing literate audience. Among the earliest books to be printed were magical texts. The Nominas were one example, consisting of prayers to the saints used as talismans. It was particularly in the Protestant countries such as Switzerland and German states, which were not under the domination of the Roman Catholic Church, where such grimoires were published. Despite the advent of print, however, handwritten grimoires remained highly valued as they were believed to contain inherent magical powers, and they continued to be produced. With increasing availability, people lower down on the social scale and women. Why did they have to differentiate that? People lower down on the social scale and women began to have access to books on magic, and this was often incorporated into the popular folk magic of the average people, and in particular that of the cunning folk, who were professionally involved in folk magic. These works left Europe and were important to the parts of Latin America controlled by the Spanish and Portuguese empires, and parts of North America controlled by the British and French empires.
I never knew that cunning folk was like a term, like an actual like historical term. Like I thought Alice Hoffman, like I thought that was part of her fictional world. Like I didn't know cunning folk was like an actual.
Yeah, that's what I would always heard pagan used to be known as, like just people who lived in the farm life or worked like in the agricultural setting, that they were cunning in the ways of like they knew medicinal healing practices and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you ever watch Sabrina the Teenage Witch, the new one on Netflix?
Only the first couple episodes.
There's a character, I forget her name, but basically she can see like the future and like what's going to happen, and she calls it her cunning. She
I
calls it
love that.
my cunning can see
Yeah.
like what's going to happen.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I like that. The cunning
Mhm.
folk.
Yeah.
Throughout this period, the Inquisition and Roman Catholic organizations had organized the mass suppression of peoples and beliefs that they considered heretical. In many cases, grimoires were found in the heretics' possession and destroyed. In 1599, the church published the indexes of prohibited books, in which many grimoires were listed as forbidden, including several medieval ones such as the Key of Solomon, which are still popular. In Christendom, there also began to develop a widespread fear of witchcraft, which was believed to be satanic in nature. The subsequent hysteria, known as the witch hunts, caused the deaths of around 40,000 people, most of whom were women. Sometimes those found with grimoires, particularly demonological ones, were prosecuted and dealt with as witches, but in most cases, those accused had no access to such books. Iceland, which we talked about, which had a relatively high literacy rate, proved an exception to this, with a third of the 134 witch trials held involving people who had owned grimoires. By the end of the early modern period and beginning of what they called the Enlightenment, many European governments brought in laws prohibiting many superstitious beliefs in an attempt to bring an end to the witch hunts. This would inevitably affect the release of grimoires. Meanwhile,
Real quick, the Age of Enlightenment, or the Enlightenment, as you just said, that was an intellectual and philosophical movement that dominated Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries with global influences and effects. So it included a range of ideas that centered on the value of human happiness, the pursuit of knowledge obtained by means of reason and the evidence of the senses, and ideals such as natural laws, liberty, progress, toleration, fraternity, constitutional government, and separation of church and state. There's a whole wiki page on Age of Enlightenment. We'll link it below if you guys want to learn more about it. But I just thought we would throw that in there just for context, because I was like, I don't know what that is.
It sounds like the Age of Aquarius, the harmony and understanding.
Yeah. Anyway,
cool. Thank you. No, I'm glad you expanded on that. I was like, what is that?
Yeah. It piqued my interest.
Meanwhile, Hermeticism and the Kabbalah would influence the creation of a metaphysical philosophy known as Rosicrucianism.
Rosicrucianism.
What is that? Rosicrucianism.
I'm gonna look that up too. Go ahead, keep reading.
First appeared in the Rosicrucianism, which Justina's going to look up, which first appeared in the early 17th century when two pamphlets detailing the existence of the mysterious Rosicrucian group were published in Germany. These claimed that the Rosicrucianism had originated with a medieval figure known as Christian Rosenkreuz, who had formed the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross. However, there was no evidence for the existence of Rosenkreuz or the Brotherhood.
Rosicrucianism is a spiritual and cultural movement that arose in Europe in the early 17th century after the publication of several texts announcing to the world a thitherto unknown esoteric order. Rosicrucianism is symbolized by the Rosy Cross or Rose Cross, which you just told us about. But it was like between 1610 and 1615, two anonymous manifestos appeared in Germany and soon after were published throughout Europe. And this was the fame of the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross. And it had been a circulated manuscript among German occultists since 1610. And here's that name again. Johannes Valentinus Andreae has been considered the possible author of the work.
Rosenkreuz.
Yeah, there's a whole wiki page about this too. There was a debate on whether or not this actually existed. This brotherhood actually existed.
Yeah, it says there's no evidence of the existence of Rosenkreuz in the brotherhood.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
We're popping up to the 18th and 19th century, y'all. Okay.
Right, y'all.
Take it away.
All right. So the 18th century saw the rise of the Enlightenment, which we just told you a little bit more about, a movement devoted to science and rationalism, predominantly amongst the ruling class. However, amongst much of Europe, belief in magic and witchcraft persisted, as did the witch trials in certain areas. Governments tried to crack down on magicians and fortune tellers, particularly in France, where police viewed them as social pests who took money from the gullible, often in search for treasure. In doing so, they confiscated many grimoires, and that's probably where you often hear the term in like old 1800 parlor game movies, like, you're a charlatan. Like people who like try to like take advantage of the poor people who just like want to connect with their crossed over loved ones. They just want a message from them.
Okay.
And these people just feed on their I guess their naivety and gullibility.
Yeah.
Exactly. I don't think this is here in this section. It might go into a little bit about it, but Houdini, the magician, he would do like show magic, but he was actually a skeptic, and
he was very anti-occult, wasn't he?
He was anti-occult. He was anti-divination. Like, he didn't believe in any of that stuff. All parlor games, he would always try to disprove it, and he had it out for all the charlatans, trying to disprove this whole industry of people just making a buck off of divination and occults. There's a whole movie about him with Adrian Brody. Really good movie. Yeah, really good movie about the life of Houdini. And I think a lot of it is about that, like him trying to disprove all of these. That's sweet. Yeah, check it out. So, beginning in the 17th century, a new ephemeral form of printed literature developed in France, the Bibliothèque Bleue. Many grimoires published through this circulated among a growing percentage of the populace, in particular the Grand Albert, the Petit Albert, the Grimoire du Pape Honorius, and the Enchiridion Leonis Pape. Oh, I'm saying any of this right. The Petit Albert, that they mentioned that briefly in the Book of Magic, which we just touched on a little bit. Contained a wide variety of magic, for instance, dealing in simple charms for ailments, along with more complex things, such as the instructions for making a hand of glory. What's that?
The hand of glory is a dried and pickled hand of a hanged man, often specified as being the left hand, or the person. If the person was hanged for murder, they want the hand that did the deed.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So the belief was attributed great powers to a hand of glory, combined it with a candle. I always heard it was like the fingertips could be combined with fat from the corpse and used as like a candlestick, like a candle. So the candle was made, lit, and placed in the hand of glory, would have rendered motionless all persons to whom it was presented. Whoa! The process of preparing the hand and the candle are described in the 18th century documents, with certain steps disputed due to difficulty in proper translating phrases from that era.
So they would pickle a dead person's hand just to stop the bad deeds in its tracks.
I guess, or it sounds like it would. Yeah, present it to somebody and they're fucked.
Oh shit. So do you think they kind of believe that the bad deeds would continue on in the afterlife if they didn't stop and pickle this fucking hand that did all this shit?
I don't know.
Oh my god. This is fascinating to me. I've never heard of that before. The hand of glory. Oh, shit. All right. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, following the French Revolution of 1789, a hugely influential grimoire was published under the title The Grand Grimoire, which was considered particularly powerful because it involved conjuring and making a pact with the devil's chief minister, Lucifuge Rofocale, to gain wealth from him. A new version of this grimoire was later published under the title of The Dragon Rogue and was available for sale in many Parisian bookstores, which I think that was also a little blip about that in Book of Magic.
Yeah, The Dragon Rogue. I remember that in the book. Yeah.
Similar books published in France at this time included The Black Poulet and the Grimorium Verum. The Black Poulet, or Poulet, probably authored in late 18th century Rome or France, differs from the typical grimoires in that it does not claim to be a manuscript from antiquity, but told by a man who was a member of Napoleon's armed expeditionary forces in Egypt. So it was a more modern thing for that time. The widespread availability of printed grimoires in France, despite the opposition of both the rationalists and the church, soon spread to neighboring countries such as Spain and Germany. In Switzerland, Switzerland, Geneva was commonly associated with the occult at the time, particularly by Catholics, because it had been a stronghold of Protestantism. Many of those interested in the esoteric traveled from Roman Catholic nations to Switzerland to purchase grimoires or to study with occultists. Soon, grimoires appeared that involved Catholic saints. One example that appeared during the 19th century and became relatively popular, particularly in Spain, was the Libro de San Cipriano, or the Book of Saint Cyprian, which falsely claimed to date from circa 1000? As with most grimoires of this period, it dealt with, among other things, how to discover treasure. So would that be like, the search for like Atlantis, or what's that place in the Amazon that people are always searching for?
El Dorado?
El Dorado, yeah. Would it be like maybe the search for El Dorado? Maybe it would have been found in a tome or something like that.
Yeah.
In Germany, with the increased interest in folklore during the 19th century, many historians took an interest in magic and in grimoires. Several published extracts of such grimoires in their own books of the history of magic, thereby helping to further propagate them. Perhaps the most notable of these was the Protestant pastor George Conrad Horst, who, from 1821 to 1826, published a 6-volume collection of magical texts in which he studied grimoires as a peculiarity of the medieval mindset.
Cool.
Very Indiana Jones, right?
Yeah, totally.
Another scholar of the time interested in grimoires, the antiquarian. Oh shit! Look at this.
Do you have Johann Schiebel?
I have a little book called the Antiquarian Sticker Book.
Oh, okay, cool. Different thing.
Different thing, but I just like, antiquarian.
That's a great word.
Yeah, the antiquarian bookseller Johann Schiebel first published the 6th and 7th Book of Moses, 2 influential magical texts that claim to have been written by the ancient Jewish figure Moses. The 6th and 7th Books of Moses were among the works which later spread to the countries of Scandinavia, where in Danish and Swedish, grimoires were known as black books and were commonly found among members of the army. So it says black books, but what does it mean by black books? All right, look that up. In Britain, new grimoires continued to be produced throughout the 18th century, such as Ebenezer Silby, his book, A New and Complete Illustration of the Celestial Science of Astrology. In the last decades of the century, London experienced a revival of interest in the occult, which was further propagated by Francis Burrett's publication of the Magus in 1801. The Magus contained many things taken from older grimoires, particularly those of Cornelius Agrippa, and while not achieving initial popularity upon release, it gradually became an influential text.
It's just a grimoire or manuscript, a collection of spells extending into magical traditions. You said this earlier, the Cyprinus, referring to Cyprinus, had a dark reputation. In some variations, one obtained the text by renouncing one's baptism and devoting oneself to Satan. Hail Satan!
Okay.
The common people's opinion of the book was that it was a standard grimoire concerning that with summoning demons and spirits. Ministers were often thought to have obtained it through their studies at a university. It is not a coincidence that ministers' wives often functioned as folk healers in ritual communities. Like many such texts, it is said to be bound to its owner and hard to get rid of. Oh, that's cool. That's fucking badass.
So you probably gotta burn it if you want to get rid of it.
It was claimed that these texts would not burn nor be destroyed by water, and attempting to discard them would only result in their supernatural return. These complications, nevertheless, were widely circulated among the cunning folk of Scandinavia, who in the rural land with few physicians were the folk healers sought out by ordinary people beset by injury or illness.
Dude, that's like, do you ever see Evil Dead, like the Necronomicon, which I think we talk a little bit about Necronomicons later on, but in Evil Dead, like, he cannot get rid of this book.
Wow.
Like, and this book always fucks him up somehow.
Wow, that's sweet. Okay, cool. Black books.
He loses his friggin' arm. He puts a chainsaw on it, and that's his friggin' like, it's that.
Wow.
That movie's bananas. It's got like 3 or 4 parts. They did like a re-release on I don't know if it was like Netflix or FX or something. They brought it back a little bit, but that movie, the Necronomicon, is a huge part of that whole story.
Cool.
So that's fascinating. If you want to check out a little more funny twist on like a dark evil book, that's your movie.
Full circle.
Yeah. So, one of Barrett's pupils, John Parkin, created his own handwritten grimoire, The Grand Oracle of Heaven, or the Art of Divine Magic, although it was never published, largely because Britain was at war with France and grimoires were commonly associated with the French. The only writer to publish British grimoires widely in the early 19th century was Robert Cross Smith, who released The Philosophical Merlin in 1822 and The Astrologer of the 19th Century in 1825, but neither sold well. In the late 19th century, several of these texts, including the Book of Abramelin and the Key of Solomon, were reclaimed by paramasonic magical organizations such as the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and the Ordo Templi Orientis.
Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, Aleister. Yeah. Did you ever see the Da Vinci Code?
I have not. I wanted to. I did not.
Awesome. Again, going back to Leonardo da Vinci and the Vitruvian Man, and his works like get stolen from a fucking museum or whatever, and a lot of what leads them down like this rabbit hole is the association with the Illuminati and the Hermetic Order, and it's really
so fascinating.
It is fascinating. It's such a fucking rabbit hole. Anyway, so going on to the 20th and 21st centuries. So now we're heading into like the 1920s.
It looks like this is where the Necronomicon pops in. So the secret grimoire of Tyrrell claims to have been written in the 16th century, but no copy older than 1927 has ever been produced. A modern grimoire, the Simon Necronomicon, takes its name from a fictional book of magic in the stories of H.P. Lovecraft, which was inspired by the Babylonian mythology, and the Ars Goetia, one of the 5 books that make up the Lesser Key of Solomon, concerning the summoning of daemons. The Azoetia by Andrew D. Chumley has been described by Gavin Semple as a modern grimoire. The neo-pagan religion of Wicca publicly appeared in the 1940s, and Gerald Gardner introduced the Book of Shadows as a Wiccan grimoire. The true grimoire commonly serves as an alternative name for a spellbook or tome of magical knowledge in fantasy, fiction, and role-playing games. The most famous fictional grimoire is the Necronomicon, a creation by H.P. Lovecraft. I think he was like alien shit.
Alien. Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is just like, just touching the surface of where grimoires show up, but we're going to just sum up some famous grimoires throughout history and tell you just a little bit more about them, because I know that was a lot of names, a lot of Latin, a lot of French names. So just do you want to take this?
Yeah, we're gonna throw in that name again, Owen Davies. The professor of social history at the University of Hertfordshire has written extensively about the history of magic, witchcraft, and ghosts. His most recent book, Grimoires, A History of Magic Books, is a history of magic books that takes us from ancient Egypt through Kabbalah, Scandinavian witchcraft, 19th century Egyptology, West African folk religion, a Chicago mail order charlatan whose books are still banned in Jamaica today, and of course, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. In the post below, which originally appeared on the Guardian's website, Owen Davies chooses his top 10 grimoires. So this is straight from Owen Davies. These are his top 10 choices of grimoires. And he says, grimoires are books that contain a mix of spells, conjurations, natural secrets, and ancient wisdoms. Their origins date back to the dawn of writing, and their subsequent history is entwined with that of the religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and the development of science, the cultural influence of print, and the social impact of European colonialism. So this is a list. This is his top 10 list of grimoires. The first one being the 6th and 7th books of Moses. So although one of the more recent grimoires, first circulating in manuscripts in the 18th century, this has to be number 1 for its breadth of influence. From Germany, it spread across to America via the Pennsylvania Dutch, and once in cheap print was subsequently adopted by African Americans. With its pseudo-Hebraic mystical symbols, spirit conjurations, and psalms, this book of the secret wisdom of Moses was a founding text of Rastafarianism and various religious movements in West Africa, so it made it famous in post-war Germany. The next, number 2, is the Clavicule of Solomon. This is, Christina, did you write this? Because this kind of terminology is like what you would say. It says this is the granddaddy of grimoires.
I didn't write it.
It sounds like you did.
In my mind too, when we're talking about Owen Davies, I'm picturing like an old-timey person.
Mm-hmm.
But is this like a new person?
He's definitely down with the transatlantic.
Yeah.
So mystical books purporting to be written by King Solomon were already circulating in the Eastern Mediterranean during the first few centuries AD. By the 15th century, hundreds of copies were in the hands of Western scientists and clergymen. While some denounced these Solomonic texts as heretical, many clergymen secretly pored over them. Some had lofty ambitions to obtain wisdom from the wisest of the wise, while others sought to enrich themselves by discovering treasures and vanquishing the spirits that guarded them.
Owen Davies is only 53 years old.
Wait, today?
Yeah. He's a British historian.
I thought he was old-timey.
I'm such a dum-dum. Yeah, I did too.
So the next one, number 3, is Petit Albert, and this was mentioned in Book of Magic. The Little Albert symbolizes the huge cultural impact of the cheap print revolution of the early 18th century. The floodgates of magical knowledge were opened during the so-called Enlightenment, and the Petit Albert became a name to conjure with across France and its overseas colonies. As well as practical household tips, it included spells to catch fish, charms for healing, and instructions on how to make that hand of glory.
Dope.
Which if you want to pickle that hand, you got to read this book, which would render one invisible.
Whoa.
Number 4, the Book of Saint Cyprian. It says grimoires purporting to have been written by a legendary Saint Cyprian. There was a real Saint Cyprian as well, became popular in Scandinavia during the late 18th century, while in Spain and Portugal, print editions of the Libro de San Cipriano included a gazetteer to treasure sites and the magical means to obtain their hidden riches. During the early 20th century, editions began to appear in South America, and copies can now be purchased from the streets of Mexico City to herbalist stalls high in the Andes.
Whoa. Could you imagine getting your hands on that? You want to
my
to order a copy?
Right? Like, how do you get that? You can't get that on Amazon.
No.
Amazon, because that's in South America, and then it's like the search for El Dorado, which we talked about.
Yeah.
All right, so number 5, that Dragon Rouge, which is what we talked about before too. All these books kind of make a little appearance in the Book of Magic.
Mm-hmm.
So, like the Petit Albert, the Red Dragon was another product of the French cheap grimoire boom of the 18th century. Although first published in the following century, it was basically a version of the Grand Grimoire, an earlier magic book which was infamous for including an invocation of the devil and his lieutenants. The Dragon Rouge circulated far more widely, though, and is well known today in former and current French colonies in the Caribbean. The Book of Honorius, number 6, books attributed to Honorius of Thebes were second only to those of Solomon in notoriety in the medieval period. In keeping with a strong theme in grimoire history, there is no evidence that an arch-magician named Honorius lived in antiquity, as manuscripts ascribed to him stated. Though prayers and invocations, books of Honorius gave instruction on how to receive visions of God, hell and purgatory, and knowledge of all science. Very handy, he says. Number 7 is the 4th book of occult philosophy, and this was Cornelius Agrippa, who was the most influential occult philosopher of the 16th century. He certainly wrote 3 books on the occult sciences, but he had nothing to do with the 4th book, which appeared shortly after his death. This book of spirit conjuration blackened the name of Agrippa at a time when the witch trials were being stoked across Europe. Then we have the Magus, number 8, published in 1801, written by the British occultist and disaster-prone balloonist Francis Barrett.
What?
Yeah, what?
What?
Disaster-prone balloonist.
Okay, Magus, you are going to be an episode.
Oh yeah. All right. That's fascinating. I have some stories to tell about ballooning in the 1800s.
What? Okay.
Yeah. Remember when I was telling you when I was writing music with Stella Dura? We had the whole backstory.
Yeah.
Insert steampunk ballooning here.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Can we please do an episode on the Magus?
Totally.
My interest is piqued.
Yeah.
The Magus was a reinstatement of 17th century occult science and borrowed heavily from an English edition of the fourth book of occult philosophy. It was a flop at the time, but its influence was subsequently considerable on the occult revival of the late 19th century and contemporary magical traditions. In the early 20th century, a plagiarized version produced by an American occult entrepreneur and entitled The Great Book of Magical Art, Hindu magic, and East Indian occultism became much sought after in the US and the Caribbean. Here it is, the Necronomicon, number 9, a figment of the ingenious imagination of the influential early 20th century writer of horror and fantasy, H.P. Lovecraft. This mysterious book of secret wisdom was penned in the 8th century by a mad Yemeni poet. Despite being a literary fiction, several real Necronomicons have been published over the decades, and today it has as much a right to be considered a grimoire as the other entries in this top 10. And again, Necronomicon in pop culture, check out Evil Dead series. Number 10, The Book of Shadows. Last but not least, here is the founding text of modern Wicca, a pagan religion founded in the 1940s by the retired civil servant, folklorist, Freemason, and occultist Gerald Gardner. He claimed to have received a copy of this ancient magical text from a secret coven of witches, one of the last of a line of worshippers of an ancient fertility religion, which he and his followers believe have survived centuries of persecution by Christian authorities. Through its mention in such popular occult television dramas such as Charmed, it has achieved considerable cultural recognition.
Yeah.
So in Charmed, they call it, do they call it the Book of Shadows?
I think it's got a big old title page of that in everything.
Do they reference Gerald Gardner in Charmed?
I didn't watch the show. I don't know if they reference him.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Weird.
I watched the show like a little bit, but it definitely was not my favorite show. I kind of like liken it to like along the lines of like a Buffy. I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate for that, but
I'm with you. I'm on your side.
I never got super into Buffy. Like I think we discussed before, little too magical demonology stuff for me. Like that's why I think like practical magic. It's our vibe. It just seems more realistic.
Right.
All right.
Yeah,
Good
you're
talk.
right.
All right, cool.
And it's exactly what we talked about with Isis before on like it just being our everyday life. Like we're not the reason why she didn't create a charmed grimoire is because like A, you don't want to bring that shit into your life, and B, it's not like of practical use, I don't think, unless you have a very religious persuasion in which you're doing exorcisms, you don't need it.
Unless you're like John O'Keefe, you don't need that shit.
John O'Keefe, holla back placenta girl.
Spotify. Now we're going to get into Grimoires versus Book of Shadows. Is there a difference? Like, what is the difference? Should you make a grimoire? Should you make a Book of Shadows? I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you why. Let me get back to my fucking note because it's scrolled all the way up the goddamn page. Okay. Yeah. So now Grimoires versus Book of Shadows. Is there a difference? And it really depends. We have an article a little bit according to Willow, a non-theistic solitary hedge witch from flyingthehedge.com. We used her in another episode. She's got great information. So a grimoire is like a Book of Shadows, but not as personal. It holds information about rituals, spells, potions, and how to prepare magical tools. It also contains a list of correspondences and magical properties of herbs, gemstones, food, colors, etc. Basically, it contains all your magical research. It does not contain your personal information or records of magical workings. Most witches keep just a Book of Shadows, and they say, I am personally in the process of transferring my two separate books. I'd much rather keep all my research in one book and my thoughts and feelings in another book. And in doing so, I can keep my personal information from others while still sharing my research, which totally, I get it. So in my opinion, speaking from myself, a grimoire is more of like a day-to-day journal of work, and it's where you can chronicle like your daily tarot pulls, your moon phase workings or rituals, and even like Sabbath plans. Like you're not writing out the whole ritual in there because that's more personal, and you don't have to work either way. If you want to call, like, you don't have to call your book anything, but if you want to call your book a Book of Shadows, go for it. If you like grimoire better, fine. I call mine a Book of Hidden Wisdom because I didn't see it as either. I thought like Book of Shadows was kind of like too on the nose, you know, but I do use two books. One is the aesthetically pleasing one that I'm going to link y'all to, the one that I got from Isis Chandler that I put my own pages in. And the other is just a notebook. Like sometimes I'm going to hop around to different notebooks. And then There I log just like my card pulls and readings, as well as like any automatic writing. So that's what I tend to use. And if you're going to get started on your own grimoire, I have a few jumping off points you can use as tips, okay? So if you're looking to create something more akin to the Owens family grimoire, where it becomes almost like a lifelong art project, I got a few simple steps for you. And if you're like me and you want everything organized and legible and sized perfectly, but you still want that scrapbook feel, I got you.
Basically,
So-
if you have any Virgo in your chart, this will tickle
Yeah.
your bone.
Yeah. Firstly, if you're going to be starting from scratch, I know it can be extremely exciting and your mind is probably like bursting with inspiration and the desire to learn each little aspect that comes along with the pagan path. It's exciting, but find a focus to begin with. And for me, that was using Book of Shadows prompts that I found online. However, they were kind of all over the board on subjects I hadn't even stepped into yet. And personally, my way of beginning started with the Wheel of the Year, which I kind of told you about a little earlier. And these are the 8 solstices, equinoxes, and lesser earthly seasonal shifts that happen throughout the year. I started with the celebration of Beltane that happens on the 1st of May. And this option gives you quite some time to research in between and learn about that time of year before the next Sabbath rolls around.
Yeah, I think that's a great starting point. That's exactly where I started too. And I think as a practicing witch, it's important to kind of like just be in tune with the seasons and the changes naturally happening around you in nature. It's just like you can get into the rhythm with that. And kind of if you can sync with that, it's really easy to learn and absorb in that way because you are experiencing each Sabbath and celebrating each Sabbath and honoring each Sabbath as it's happening, when it's happening, and really get to know that Sabbath and immerse yourself in it. So I think that's a great starting point just to like acknowledge and just do pages based on the correspondences and the Sabbaths and all of the herbs associated with it and the colors associated with it and the deities, everything that you can learn about that Sabbath. I think that's a great starting point. I just wanted to say.
And a lot of the other stuff you're going to want to learn about that comes along usually will stem from a tradition at that time of year or one of the cultures that had a hand in what that time of year signifies now.
Right.
So I think it's a great jumping off point, but you can start with anything. Start with a astrological sign and move through that because we just entered Aries season, not when this comes out, but like if that's where you want to start, totally fine. Yeah. So once you have a theme, this could be, like I said, starting with anything. You could even do like moon phases or the tarot. It's time to plan out a little bit. And I made a whole video about how I created my Book of Shadows with the help of digital platforms. I had first started to just do it by hand. And that's fine if you want to do it by hand. I call myself an artist, but guys, like make it easy on yourself. You don't have to do it from scratch.
Collage.
Collage, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm going to link this video and it has a visual on a little more in depth of how to do it, but I'll just try to lay it out here the best I can with how I created a digital format. And then I took it into like a hand-drawn thing. I like having my book organized by topic. And I knew this could be difficult with a standard bound book. You can't just keep ripping out pages and stuffing them back in.
Can I just say that's probably been like one of the main things prohibiting me from moving forward with this book, because I got to the ancestor page and I was like, wow, this is going to take me a long time to get through like all of my if I wanted to give my ancestors each their own page, but if I didn't want to necessarily create them in order, because like there's other things I would rather like, create first and then maybe come back to that. Like this is a bound book, so I don't really know how many pages I'm going to need allotted for that right off the bat. Like I feel like that's something I'm going to have to feel out over time. So that's definitely been one of the main things about the bound book that's kind of prohibited me from moving forward.
The only other thing I can think of with your book is like to remove all the pages and then add in your own type of like 3-ring binder or like your own type of binder. I can show you, I think in one of my videos, it shows how Isis's book is bound together. It has like a leather strap with a little tightening pole, but in that fashion, you can use the 3. Yep. You can just take them out and put them back in.
That's really cool. It is
really cool. So I do recommend getting a book that allows you to do more to move your pages around. Like I said, I did purchase Isis's Practical Magic replica book, just the book binding itself back in the day, which gives you that option to move things around. So it's an option you can do to organize your page layout digitally, you can use Google Docs, you can use Microsoft Word. If you have an iPad, I recommend using GoodNotes. This allows you to scoot images around and text around, put them exactly where you want them. If you have access to Photoshop, awesome. But Canva is free now too. You could do a whole book of shadows in Canva.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. The Canva was not there when I started, but these are just great ways to play with like image size and fonts before even putting ink to paper. And it also grants you like the security of having a digital backup of your grimoire information. Heaven forbid something ever happens to your book.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I love it. So I think when I start doing more pages for my grimoire, I'm going to start using Canva. And then what you can do, I didn't put it on here, but in my video that I'm going to link, I'll just trace, like I'll put a piece of paper and trace on my computer screen, or I show you how to use, if you don't have, it's called graphite paper that helps you trace and take one image from your printed paper and put it on a blank sheet, how to do it like the poor man's way. There's always an option. Or if you don't know, reach out to me. I'll help you.
I was gonna say, if you have Procreate makes it really easy to just like trace digitally.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But to get that
flat.
digital image onto like a standard piece of paper. So once you have everything where you want on this digital layout, usually I'll do a front and back design on one sheet so I can trace it out. And then it doesn't kind of put everything out of order. If it's just like one page, then you have a whole blank side. You could always add to later, I guess.
Yeah.
I like even numbers. Then you can just let your imagination take over. You can fill it with found objects, greeting cards. I like going for like the Owens look, and I like to include like recipe cards people have given me over the years, or small bits of family handwriting, like we talked about, just to make it that much more personal.
Or I found this fell out of my book before. I forgot I have pressed flowers in there from my
Pressed
garden.
flowers, absolutely. Yeah, I have tons of those. Yeah, but it's really your personal project. There's no wrong way to do it. I'm just trying to help you out. If you're trying to go for like that style, the Owen style, and you're like, I'm not artistic, this is the perfect way. Like, I'm not going to be doing handwritten perfect Gothic fonts on my own when there's an easier way to do it. So once you have your page, you've done it digitally, you've printed it out, you've somehow transferred it onto your piece of paper, watercolored it, coloring, pencils, however you want to do it. Black and white's beautiful too. How do you get them in your book? If you do want something that's organizable, like a 3-ring binder, or in Isis's book, it's a piece of leather twine, I guess. So I knew I did not want to hole punch my beautifully made pages early on. I just spent hours on them. I'm not going to put a hole in them. So I did a little digging and I found these clear adhesive strips that I will link. They come in packs of like 200 or something like that. These clear strips you can put on the edge of your 8.5 by 11 or whatever it is. And they have pre-hole punched 3 hole punches already in them. So they're sticky, you attach your page, and then you just slide it into your book.
Yeah.
They're awesome. It never hurts, however, to have some kind of title or dedication page telling your book what it is or what it's going to be housing, as well as combining that with a little cleansing and protection. And this can be as simple as using incense smoke or even moonlight for your book. I love my book and I would like to continue adding pages. I just have a problem with filming everything. I just want to get down to the thing.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to set up the lighting and recording and cutting.
It's a process. It's a whole process.
Yeah, but check out my flip throughs. I'm going to link all the videos, and I have an unboxing of Isis's adjustable book of shadows, which also has, I believe, how to use the adhesive strips. And I think maybe it's time to like consider making pages for others, just like Isis did. Like some people don't have the time or feel like even doing the digital route is outside of their wheelhouse for their artistic skill. So maybe that could be like a patron discussion, or I'll get something going on my Teespring. Y'all can request like Book of Shadows pages perhaps, and I can help you out somehow.
And on my Bohemian Magic Patreon as well, I also have Book of Shadows pages for every Sabbath, every moon phase, the moon of the month, like what's going on lunarly, and also have apothecary labels. Like I could hook you up with Book of Shadows pages if that's your vibe, if my style is your vibe too. I'm not trying to sell anything here. I'm just saying I have stuff available like as resources if you guys, if you don't want to put the energy and time into making your own stuff, because it is a lot of work and it does take a lot of research to, find all your stuff. If you want things just already done and just ready to pop in, Christina has stuff. I have stuff. There's resources. Reach out.
So that's what I got for you. I think that's the easiest route to go. And then you can pop anything in there, like we said, the pressed flowers. Make it personal. I added a family tree into mine. I added affirmations. I added the information when I took my priestess training. It's such a more personal thing. Again, that's going to be your Book of Shadows, and then your grimoire is like your day-to-day thing.
I kind of always use the terms interchangeably. I never knew there was much of a difference. So Willow of Flying the Hedge also has some tips on how to start your own grimoire. She says, if you wish to start a grimoire, I suggest using something with removable pages, what Christina said. This way you can add and remove pages as you need instead of taking your entire book into a ritual where it may be damaged. This allows you to easily move pages around if you decide to reorganize. And some people like to keep their Book of Shadows or grimoires on their computer. Again, what Christina said. I find this cumbersome when I wish to perform magic, but it may work for you. And remember, your Book of Shadows contains very personal information. It is a sacred object and should be treated as such. Honor it by giving it its own special hiding place where others will not be tempted to mess with it. Kind of like Maria stuffs it in the floorboards. Bless it, protect it. It's only for you and whoever you authorize to see it. You need to be sure that whoever does see it won't disclose its contents to others or harm you or the book. If someone makes you uncomfortable, do not show it to them. This is just another reason I suggest keeping 2 books. Others like to see your research, not so much your personal thoughts. So keeping a grimoire and a Book of Shadows is the best way to do this.
You know what I found? The people that I'm excited to show my book to that resonate with something that I've added in it, the artistic book that I was just talking about, they don't really give a shit. I've noticed they're not like as excited about it as I am, and they don't really care, unfortunately.
I care. I love your book.
Thank you. I care too.
Not only the one that you just created, but also the other one that you created as a teenager. I just think it's adorable. And
thank you.
That one's a lot more reminiscent, I think, of the Owens Grimoire because you were so inspired by it at that time.
It's much more like a hodgepodge. There was not so much pressure to have it perfect. You know?
Right. Yeah. You could tell like the one that you created more recently, it's like a culmination of all of the knowledge that you're finding out and learning as you actually are you're taking this route along your own pagan path journey, whereas the one you made as a teenager was just kind of like love spells and rose petals,
how to get rid of him spells, and like how to cure headache spells.
Yeah. So it's just fun to see how much you've grown as an artist and a witch.
Oh, thanks.
In that book and your Isis version of the book that you bought from Isis, all the stuff you have in that book. So
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we got some socials, but first, guys, we don't want you to forget to go visit Grounded by the Moon and put in that Magnolia Magic discount code for 10% off your entire order, just for the Magnolia Street neighborhood over here. So make sure to tell him hello from us. And we are on Instagram at Magnolia Street Podcast. You can find us over at patreon.com/Magnolia Street Podcast, where we have a ton of tiers, tons of tiers. But that is where you can access our Facebook under the $5 tier and Discord for our monthly lives and our book club meetings and music. So much. What am I forgetting?
The $1 tier, you could just sign up for as low as $1 a month. You get access to all of our patron polls where you guys can help us figure out what we want to discuss. And then we have the $3 tier. If you guys want all of our show notes, all the research that we do in every episode, you get that in one nice little cute little PDF. So go check that out as well. And then we have our $8 audiovisual tier. So all of the content, any kind of visuals that me and Christina showed to each other during the recording of our episode. I know you guys are just listening. You can't really see anything, but if you want to see what we're talking about, you can head over to the Patreon and we'll post any additional audio-visual bonus content over there, as well as all the songs you hear on our Song-isode episodes.
Speaking of which, we talked with Isis for 3 hours, guys, and we had to edit it down to an hour and a half. So we're thinking of putting the uncut information over on our Patreon. It was awesome talking to her. She had so much to say, and it was heartbreaking to have to cut stuff out. So we'll put it over there for you guys to listen to.
Yeah, unedited, extended cut. Go check it out on the $8
raw.
Yeah, go check it out on the $8 tier. We'll post it over there for you. And yeah, we just started up a $15 tier, our Wisteria Vine tier. If you want to talk to me and Christina on the daily, we'll shoot each other little messages and show you our beautiful budding gardens, which has been the topic of discussion over there.
Yes.
For now. I don't know.
Yeah. Any other inquiries? MagnoliaStreetPodcast@gmail.com. All of our links are down below under our hero sources. They're all organized by episode. So anything we mentioned today will be there. That's it. I love this episode. It was so fun. So much history, so much information from Isis. So juicy.
It is juicy.
All right, lady. Have a great
We're
day.
making those goodbye noises like
The
nobody
goodbye
wants
noises.
nobody wants to say goodbye.
I'm
All right.
Christina.
I'm Justina, and we'll see you next time.
At that house down the street, at that house on Magnolia Street, would you go down to Magnolia Street with the wisteria?